Hey guys and gals, boys and girls, friends and neighbors, I need stock eliminator. Stock to the lanes, please. Stock, come on down. I want to welcome everybody to Drag Racer TV. It looks like we are up and running. We've got the video going, and look at the flags blowing there behind the starting line. They are whipping, and if you're paying attention, they're going the complete opposite direction they were yesterday. And we have all sorts of stuff that blew down the racetrack, or up the racetrack yesterday, is blowing down the racetrack today. And that will include the race cars and the motorcycles and Bobby on the tractor. So I was asked a trivia question the other day. This is one of my bad dad jokes. Yep. They said, name 2 structures that hold water. I said, well, damn. Do. Super Street coming at you. We got stock coming to the lanes. Once again, we need stock to the staging lanes, please. Let me get my clicker ready. We're going to bring up everything on our Brockmire display here with our CompuLink timing system. And I get to introduce to you Todd Teeter and Dave Ash. These 2 are going to go down the track, and only one of them is going to come back. 11:05 the index here in Super Street this weekend. Teeter out of Colwich, Kansas in that beautiful burgundy 69 Camaro. And Dave Ash from Victoria, Kansas, not British Columbia. 640 cubic inch big block for Ash. It's going to be a tuning challenge. They're off and running, tied together at the starting line. Lots of throttle stop for Ash, that 600 cubic inch big block, huffing and puffing, and wind light goes to Dave Ash, 11:34 to 113 miles an hour. Todd Teeter had some technical difficulties. He was riding the brake at half track, slows to a 76 mile an hour pass. So your first round win of the day goes to Dave Ash. Scott Gordine out of Bennington, Kansas. The Gordine Auto Service, 78 Nova, 505 cubic inch big block Chevy for power. He's paired up with Jordan Pratt. I can't tell if we're still moving at the big end or not. Muskego, Minnesota. We got another great launch for both cars. Cool weather, tailwind. Looking at my clicker, do I get to hit the button? No, I do not. How about an 11:05.9 for Scott Gordine at 122 miles an hour? Pratt goes 11:09 at 130. Gordine with a nice 032 light. Turns off the clocks with an 11:05 on that 11:05 index. Good run for him. Brody Wolverton out of LaSalle, Colorado. Paired up with Greg Pfeffer, the Wildman, that purple 41 Willis. Good looking pair of race cars here. Wind light goes to Greg Pfeffer, 11:25, 114 miles an hour for Pfeffer. And I may be eating my own words today, as we have yet to see a double breakout. We have yet to see anybody break out yet. I may have to put this clicker away, put some tape over it or something. Jeff Kaufman from Holdrege, Nebraska. He's in the left lane. And Mike Gordine out of Salina. Oh, where have these guys been with these reaction times all weekend? Holy smokes. Getting it done on the starting line. Double breakout. Jeff Kaufman takes the win. 11 flat, 126 miles an hour as he takes out Gordine here in round number 1. And Kaufman advances to round number 2. Brad Frederick out of Bassett, Nebraska. At the wheel of the car, he calls vibes. It's a 62 Falcon with a big 618 cubic inch Ford in it. He's paired up with Darrell Bostwick here in round number 1. Bostwick out of Littleton, Colorado. Big block Ford powered Mustang. With a couple of Fords duking it out here. And they are making some steam at the big end. Another double breakout. This time, Darrell Bostwick gets the win. Had a great 002 reaction time. Ends up going 11:03.4. Frederick goes 10:99.4. Greg Parson out of Bullard, Texas. 77 Nova. The car known as Sluggo. Olin, who gave the car that name? A lady named the late Kim Crater named the car Sluggo. Paul Maychek out of Malcolm, Nebraska. Big head start over there in the right lane. Can Parson catch him? Yes, he can. Another double breakout. Parson goes 11:04.8. And Paul Maychek goes 11:01.6. So now we have 3. Rachel Smith, young lady out of Great Bend. Part of the Amarine Racing Stable, 68 Camaro, paired up with Tim Shell. Shell from Arvada, Colorado. Fine line, Pat Condon race cars machine, powered by a small block Chevy. Double breakout. Rachel Smith takes the win, 10:96.3 on that 11:05 index. Shell goes 10:95.4. First 7 pairs of cars, 4 double breakouts. Here's Chris Bombard out of Watkins, Colorado, 89 Mustang, paired up with Wade Samuel in that black suede 65 Chevelle. 600 cubic inch Chevy in the O'Reilly lane, 572 cubic inch Ford in the left. Double breakout. Wade Samuel, 10:97.8 on an 11:05 index. He had a 001 reaction time. He was able to back into Bombard just a little bit. Dick Schmidt and Randy Helzer. Well, I thought I was going to have to eat my words after the first 3 pair went down and we didn't have anybody with a breakout. How about another double breakout? Dick Schmidt losing to Randy Helzer. Helzer goes 11:03.0 at 128. Here's Kirk Worth in his bright orange Pontiac, paired up with April Merrill. Kirk out of Hayes, Kansas. April out of Lansing, Oklahoma. Tied together off the starting line. They're looking at each other. Well, April's got a little bit bigger, heftier motor. She's catching up. She's catching up. Win light goes to April Merrill, 11:09, 114 miles an hour. Here's Alan Butler In the Butler Did It Family Racing 92 Camaro, paired up with Nick Siebert. Siebert out of Wamego, Kansas. Butler out of Tecumseh. And they're tied together off the starting line. I mean tied together. Like right there. Double breakout. Win light goes to Nick Siebert. 11 flat at 112 miles an hour. Butler goes 10.99.1 at 136. Oh, and the prize money up here. You know what we should have done? We should have done this thing at $1 a pop. Everybody get a spot. Somebody take home a lot of money. Andrew Withers out of Pratt, Kansas. And Glenn Amberine from Great Bend. Amberine in the Camaro in the right lane. Withers in the Camaro in the left lane. Breakouts in both lanes. Withers takes the win, 11.04.9. He breaks out by 1/1000th. Amberine breaks out by a bunch. Here's Jacob Smutney out of Omaha, Nebraska, 67 Camaro, and Greg Pickens out of Omaha, Nebraska. Hey, we need stock eliminator to the lanes, please. Stock eliminator. We need you to the staging lanes for round number 1 of eliminations, please. So a first generation Camaro and a fourth generation Camaro. Smutney at the controls of the 67. Pickens at controls of the 97. Or 98. I believe that's a 98. Win light goes to goes to Greg Pickens. Pickens had a double 01 light. Goes 11.13.2 at 128. Great reaction time for Greg Pickens. Smutney took the stripe by 1/8 of a second. Broke out big time. Here's Brett Thornton. Thornton out of Ellsworth, Kansas. 1969 Camaro taking on Craig Butler. 87 Chevy Citation, 468 cubic inch tank block. They are making their way. Looking good at the big end. Double breakout goes to Craig Butler. 11.02, 139 miles an hour. Margin of victory, 11/10,000ths of a second. That's tiny. That's like the amount of hair that I have left on my head. Richard Cantrell and Gary Wambolt. Cantrell out of Carbondale, Kansas, 64 Falcon. Wambolt from Arvada, Colorado, 78 Camaro. Oh boy, these guys are just killing the tree today. This is fun to watch. They came to play, and play they are. At the stripe, Cantrell gets the win, 11.05.5 on an 11.05 index. Good, solid win for him. Gary Wambolt breaks out by 14,000ths of a second. Brittany DeVore out of Blanchard, Oklahoma. 99 GMC Sonoma pickup truck with a small block for power. She's paired up with Mike Matemas out of Cedar Bluffs, Nebraska. Another good pair of reaction times. They're going to be fender to fender, door handle to door handle down there at the big end. Double breakout goes to Brittany DeVore, 11.04.5. Matemas goes 11.99.4. We now have double digits in double breakouts. I hope there's enough numbers on this clicker. It only goes to 9,999. Shane Herman out of La Crosse, Kansas, 68 Chevelle. And Ross Smutney from Lincoln, Nebraska. Go Huskers. Hey, how about those Kansas State Wildcats yesterday? 38-35 against number 2 ranked Oklahoma. Holy smoke. I didn't see that coming, but I'm not unhappy about it. At the stripe. Hey, how about another double breakout? Shane Herman takes the win, 11.02, 146 miles an hour. Smutney ran 11:01 at 141. Smutney got there first by 6 thou. Herman had a 6 thousandths better reaction time. Man, that was close. Final call for stock eliminator. Final call for stock eliminator to the lanes. We need Super Comp. Super Comp, we need you to the lanes, please. This is your first call. Here comes stock eliminator. Scott Burton, number 1 in Division 5 last year out of Golden, Colorado. His 2010 Cobra Jet dialed in on a 958. He'll be chasing Terry Lacey. Oh, man. What a head start Terry Lacey's going to have. Lacey dialed on a 1573. Scott Burton dialed on a 958. You have got time to grow 2 children and send them to college. Between the time Terry Lacey leaves the starting line and Scott Burton gets the green light. Terry Lacey turned on the red light, fouls away his chance at victory. Scott Burton running down to the other end, go run it out the back door. Burton goes 968 at 137. Lacey 1568 at 85 miles an hour. Super Comp, we need Super Comp to the lanes, please. Super Comp. Next pair here in stock eliminator. Give us just a second here. We have to reset the computer. All right, Logan Staub not able to answer the call, so David McGaw gets a broke by. His competitor not able to answer the call, so he gets a freebie to the next round. We will not have a double breakout here. McGaw at the big end of the racetrack turns off the clocks with a 12:04 and 110. Marlon Bogner not able to answer the call, so Jim Hughes gets a freebie into the next round. The C-Stick 1970 Nova dialed on a 1070. Banging the gear. Making his way down the quarter mile. 10:56 at 126 for Jim Hughes. He advances to round 2. Our first pair of cars, our actual first pair, are going to be Mike Morehouse in the 66 Fairlane and Bob Swan in the 67 Shelby. Morehouse dialed on an 1141. Swan wrote 1062 on his window. At the stripe, wind light goes to Bob Swan, 1065 on that 1062 dial. He had a brilliant 013 reaction to green. Mike Morehouse could have used another cup of coffee with an 099 light. We need Super Comp to the lanes, please. Super Comp, you should be in the lanes. We're right now in the middle of Stock Eliminator, round number 1. Here at the Lucas Oil Series event in beautiful Great Bend, Kansas. Kevin Leinert and Steve Hagberg. Hagberg in the Hemi, giving chase to Leinert, but the red light start by Hagberg says we're done before we really even get started. So Leinert gets the win, advances to round number 2 with his 318 cubic inch small block powered Mopar. The R automatic machine. I don't think I've ever seen an R car. I've seen lots of V's and U's, but I don't think I've ever seen an R car. Chuck Rose, one of those E-automatics, and we got plenty of them here from South Sioux City, Nebraska. The 72 Duster paired up with Chris Kemmerer. Rose dialed 1116, Kemmerer dialed 980. So a big head start for Chuck. He's off again. Kemmerer turns on the red light, and he is gone. Down at the big end of the racetrack, Chuck Rose runs through with 1113, 114 miles an hour. Super Comp again, we need you to the lanes. Super Comp. Here's Jeff Johnson, D-automatic, 67 Mustang, 390 cubic inch combination. Warren Evans, there's another one of those cars I wouldn't mind having in my garage, buddy. I have got to get a bigger garage. He's paired up with Kurt Rees. Kurt in the Buzz and Half Dozen, 1980 Dodge Diplomat, 225 cubic inches of monster Mopar motivation. Oh boy, this one's going to be closer than it should have been. At the finish line, when light goes to Curtis Rees, 1496 at 85 miles an hour. Jeff Johnson's going to get back with his time slip and go, what just happened? Curtis Rees with a 107 reaction time takes the win as Johnson flew by at the big end of the racetrack and breaks out by 0.02 of a second. Norm Warling in the 62 Pontiac Catalina, 421 cubic inch combination, down 1168. Dorson chasing him down the track. Stewart out of Bueller, Kansas, 67 Cougar D stick shifted cut. Win light goes to Norm Warling, 1172 at 104. Stuart Gordson turned on the red light by 0.005 of a second. John Cooper, Mustang Cobra Jet, dialed 1110 here in the left lane. He's paired up with Monty Jones. Monty in the O'Reilly lane out of Osceola, Nebraska. The Monty Jones Racing 305 cubic inch Camaro. Monty had to wait just a little bit while we had just a short bit of cleanup on aisle 2 to get some stuff off the track. Now he's got his burnout done and he's ready to go head-to-head against John Cooper. Cooper, 10-10, is going to have to wait patiently as Monty Jones gets the first opportunity at a green light. Wow. John Cooper left before the third amber. Monty Jones gets the automatic win. I'm not exactly sure what happened. If Cooper just couldn't get the car to hold on the starting line or what, but he jumped the start and Monty Jones followed suit. Well, Monty didn't jump the start, but Monty got out there and looked at him and says, are you having problems? Do I need to stop and help or something? I don't know what happened there, but anyway, Monty gets the win. And we to go to our next pair. Hey, Super Comp, can we have you to the lanes, please? Super Comp to the lanes. Oh, look at the head start here. Stan Kopecky at the wheel of his 83 Aries wagon, 1671 the dial. Chasing him will be Jay Story, dialed on a 947. .3-second head start. He's got time to eat a ham sandwich while he waits at the tree. Kopecky off and running, gonna make it tough on Story. Story waiting, here he comes. Stan can hear him. I know he can hear that big Camaro coming up on him. Can he hold him off? Win light goes to Jay Story, 948 on a 947. That's knowing how to dial your car. And Story advances to the next round. Good win for him. Story went by at 128 miles an hour. That was a 48-mile-an-hour difference between him and Kopecky's Dodge Aries wagon. The wagon would have gone quicker today if he would have put the tailgate up. Here's Brent Kopecky out of Norfolk, Nebraska, 86 Charger, another 2.2-liter engine. 1709 the dial for the Charger. Jameis Jurgens out of Watertown, South Dakota, the 83 Camaro dialed 1142, trying to reel him in, and can't quite catch him. Kopecky gets the win, 17-17 at 77 miles an hour. Good win for Kopecky. I have an interesting observation here. Super Street had 11 double breakouts. We haven't had a single breakout in stock, and there's no computers allowed in this class. Interesting. Dwayne Scheitlen out of Brighton, Colorado, the Tiger Roof, 1971 Dodge Cadillac. 446 pack machine, dial 1025. He's chasing Jeff Cheney. Cheney in the Buick GS. Man, what a couple of great muscle cars here. The 455 out front. Double breakout. I shouldn't have said anything. I summoned the demon. Dwayne Scheitlen gets the win. 1024.9 on a 1025. Breaks out by only 1/1000th. Cheney breaks out by 13 thousandths. Super Comp, you should be in the lanes. Super Comp, you should be in the lanes. Jeremy Romero, 98 Pontiac Firebird, bright red machine, dialed 1071 in the Napa Auto Parts lane. He's paired with Lauren Gottschalk. Gottschalk out of Ellis, Kansas, the 1972 flatback Mustang. 351 powered machine. Gottschalk out in front, but Ramiro trying to close the gap. Who's it going to be? It's going to be Ramiro, 1073, 119 miles an hour. Gottschalk got caught sleeping at the Christmas tree, and Ramiro takes full advantage and advances to round number 2 of Stock Eliminator. Tony Hernandez in one of my favorite cars of the weekend, the 65 Chevy Corvette, 327 cubic inch small block with a 4-speed manual transmission. He's dialed 1040. He'll be chasing Justin Robbins. Robbins at the helm of that 1973 Dodge Dart. Dialed in on 1125 for Robbins. Hernandez dialed 1040. Robbins will have first crack. Hernandez banging gears, trying to reel him in. And Hernandez having issues, backs way off and coasts across the finish line. Justin Robbins turned and looked. There was nobody there. Takes the stripe by 2 seconds and gets the win light to advance to round 2. Bobby Devine and Jim Boutel. Devine in the Nova, Boutel in that bright white 1991 Corvette. Devine got 1349. Boutel on an 1105 dial. Boutel coming up alongside at 1,000 foot. Has he got enough to catch him? Well, he caught him. He passed him, but they both broke out in the process. Got to put another one on the clicker. And this time, Bobby Devine gets the win. Mike Renzi paired up with Dwayne Davis. Renzi in that Dodge Challenger, 392 Hemi-powered machine. 984 to dial 1150. Davis's day is done by way of the red light on the starting line. Out the back door goes Mike Renzi with a 980 at 135 miles an hour. And he advances to round 2. Daryl Goheen out of Hays, Kansas. Daryl's familiar with the weather here in Kansas. Maybe he'll know how to dial the car in properly. With an 1108 from the Napa Auto Parts lane, he's paired up with Gordon Breithaupt. I think that's right. Out of Fremont, Nebraska. G&G Automotive 69 Camaro dialed in on a 1072. He's going to be looking at Daryl Goheen's taillights off the starting line, and then he's going to try and catch him at the stripe. Breithaupt out of here. Red light start. He left almost 0.2 of a second too early. When light goes to Daryl Goheen with an 11.074 on that 11.08 dial. Yeah, he knows how to dial that car in, that's for sure. Steve Couch out of Sidney, Nebraska. The Steve's Auto Sales. Excuse me, 2009, not a 1909. They didn't make Dodge Challengers then. 1077, the dial for the F factory stock H car. And John Ladke, your number 2 qualifier in stock eliminators, in that 66 Nova. And this is going to be a good pair all the way to the finish line. They're looking at each other, and when light goes to Steve Couch as John Ladke breaks out. 1088 for Couch. He advances to round number 2 on that 1077 dial. Ladke went 1091 on that 1099. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. It has come to my attention that for some reason the dial is not legibly on the sides of the cars. Please make sure we can see it up here. Where's the dial in on that car? Yeah, we can't see him. So help us help you. Ted Romero gets the win here, 1060 out of 1054 as Tyler Castle breaks out by 0.02 of a second. Super Comp, once again we need Super Comp to the lanes, please. Here's Mike St. Clair out of Arvada, Colorado. John Morris is out of here. Mike St. Clair advances by way of Morris's red light. 72 thousandths too soon. And St. Clair gets the win, 909, 150 miles an hour. More stock eliminator action as we are wading through the cars 2 at a time. Send it 2 down the track and only 1 comes back. Parker DeVore, I-Automatic, 1980 Plymouth Volare with a 360 on board for power. He's dialed 1185. Chasing him will be Paul Merola. Merola out of Papillon, Nebraska. The Snap Daddy Racing 66 Nova. 327 cubic inches backed up by a 4-speed and a clutch. $11.85 in the left lane. DeVore gets the first opportunity at the tree. Oh boy, are they tied together. This one's too close to call. Way too close. At the stripe. Win light. Paul Marola, 11 flat on an 11 flat. Parker DeVore goes 1185 on an 1185. 3,000ths separated them at the starting line. 3,000ths separated them at the finish line. That was side by side all the way down. Congratulations to Paul Marola on a great race. Unbelievable. Marola went 11.009 on an 11 flat dial. DeVore went 11.859 on an 11.85 dial. Marola had a 3,000ths better reaction time, and that was all he needed to get the win. Congratulations. Unbelievable. Dick Gary out of Broomfield, Colorado, the I-Automatic 72 Camaro. 1173 Van Lant in the Duster. 340 cubic inch combination running an E-Automatic, dialed 1099. Who's it going to be? Double breakout going to Dick Gary. That does it for round number 1 of Stock Eliminator. We are heading right into Super Comp. Your first pair down the track is Stuart Way out of Pete, Nebraska, and Joe Swan from Wiley, Texas. Super Comp rules: go no quicker than 9:05 and beat your opponent to the finish line. Oh, and you can use just about any device known to man to help you other than a Matty box. I'm going to turn the microphone over to my good buddy Warren Evans here, and he's going to take you through round number 1 of Super Comp.
I'm getting the OJT here on how to operate this clicker. Stuart Way, left side, Joe Swan right side. 9:05.5, dead on for Stuart Way. He'll move on to round number 2. 9:01 at 168, too quick for Joseph Swan. That's how we'll start it out. Here's Jeremy Smith. Smith, left side, black dragster. Right side, Blake Johnson. For Fine Line Graphics, JR Race Cars. Gotham. Whole bunch of people. Arvada, Colorado, the home for Blake Johnson. Great Bend, Kansas, right here for Jeremy Smith. Saw wife Rachel earlier. Three thou apart when they leave the starting line. Finish line. Double breakout. 9:03.2 at 172, getting it done for Blake Johnson on the double breakout. He goes 2 under. Jeremy Smith 3 under, 9:02 at 154. Oh, I got it. Next up, it's Darren Dennett rolling up alongside Steve Evans. Darren Dennett left side, Rose Hill, Kansas. Neil and Parks machine. Got some unique engineering on the Light. Right side out of Boyle. Cha-ching. Another double breakout. 898 is better than an 897. Steve Evans breaks out by a little bit less. He'll move on. Another double breakout. Jeff Corrin. Left side from Hayes, Kansas, pulls up alongside Big Head. On the right, that is Craig Anderson. Corn sporting that Patterson Elite Power left side. APD horsepower on the right for Craig Anderson. horsepower machine's going to head for the finish line right now. Attention at the pit area. Top dragster to the lanes, please. Hey, no double breakout there. How about a 906 at 173, one over for Jeff Corn, getting the job done. Big Head gets to head back to Waxahachie. 909 at 171 on the loss. Yep, he let him back around. He was better at the starting line by 0.03 of a second. Craig with a stellar 002 light, but guess what? Got to drive both ends. Craig made the wrong choice down there, and by 0.005 of a second. Win light goes to Jeff Corn. Cheney left side, Mustard right, win light on another double breakout. Goes to Mitch Mustard. 903 is better than the 901. Mustard breaks out by 2, Cheney by 4. Kerry Stark and Dusty Meyer. This little clicker is going to wear me out. Stark left side out of Denver, Colorado. Kerry and Tony with identically graphic machines. The fighter pilot design. Dusty Meyer right side of the track for Overland Tow Service out of Tonganoxie, Kansas. Top dragster, we need you to the lanes, please. Top dragster. This lap misses tree, but gets the win on the double breakout. Stark cross second by 1/10 of a second. Gets the win, 904.7. Breaking out by 0.03 of a second, 174. Dusty Meyer got down there, took the stripe, broke out by 5. 9 flat at 160. Kyle Seacrest and Jerry Dean coming up now. Seacrest left side from Wichita. An accountant by trade. Right side, Jerry Dean. He's kind of a jack of all trades. For Midwest Racecraft, Lenexa, Kansas, the home base. Double breakouts prevalent right now. Winning 9:11 at 160. He was better on the starting line by 0.09 of a second. Jerry Dean way behind at the start, can't make up the difference. 9:07 at 175, really didn't have much of a window there to get it done, even though he was only 2 over as opposed to the 6 over for Seacrest. Jerry Dean gave too much at the starting line, did not have a window. Rory Harr and James Kunkel coming up now. The door slammer right side. Kunkel will get up there and he'll drop the nose in that Lumina. Here comes Rory Harr. Another double breakout. And it goes to James Kunkel. 897 at 120, taking out the 893 at 166 for Rory Harr. So Kunkel knew how to work it down there. Harr blows by him and breaks out by more. Tim Schuster and Aaliyah Perez coming up now. Aaliyah, it's her first weekend at a divisional race. Welcome, Aaliyah. Hope you have a good weekend here. The young lady out of Galva, Kansas, taking on Tim Schuster out of Littleton, Colorado. Once again, we need top dragster round 1 to the staging lanes, please. Top dragster round 1 to the lanes. Top dragster round 1 to the lanes. Aaliyah in great shape as she heads down the track. She is tripped zip at the starting line, but breaks out by a bunch. She crossed by 0.2. That's way too much. She started out with a perfect light. but breaks out by more, 901 at 171, and basically Tim Schuster got that round win gift wrapped, hand delivered. As Schuster was 901 to the 896, Aaliyah trip 0, Tim Schuster with a not so stellar 148 reaction time, and yet he's got the win ticket. Here's Mitch Withers in that beautiful C7 Corvette. To the other end, it's going to be the Corvette getting it done. 008 on the tree, 906 for the win at 168. Mitch Withers drove both ends and got it done. Prescott Dean 910 at 162. He was 5 over and behind at the starting line, 0 for 2. He'll put it back in the box. Chris Bombard pulls up now. That is the black and yellow-orange machine over here on the left, alongside that black and blue machine for Chuck Bray. Bombard turns it red. Bray heads to the other end. Bray, your automatic winner. They both break out. I guess that 896 for Bray, but he is your winner. Bombard 902 and an 012 red light to end his weekend at round number 1. Mike Miller and Kevin Burnett will pull up now. Mike Miller from Moriarty, New Mexico. Once again, we need top dragster. Top dragster, we need you to the lanes for round number 1. Top dragster, round 1 to the lanes. Miller left, Burnett right. Burnett from Parker, Colorado. Both of them taking their time to pull into the stage beam here. Burnett rolling forward. He'll turn it on first. And Miller easing his way in. Miller's good and Burnett's better at the starting line. Top end of the track will decide it. It's going to be a 906 at 163 for Kevin Burnett. Burnett's your winner. He was 11 on the tree and 11 over, 22 total. Miller was 21 up front, so he had just to pretty much had to run dead zero. Couldn't do it. And Miller is done. Burnett goes on. Top dragsters, you need to be rolling. David Hutchins and Caleb Clewine coming up now. Dave left side out of Lakewood, Colorado for Advanced Automotive. Nebraska racer for his Glory Racing over on the right. Hutchins breaks out. Caleb Clewine on the safe side, 906 at 172. Caleb is your winner. Hutchins 9044 breaking out by 0.06 of a second at 172. Got down there first by 28, breaks out by 6. Jared Smith and Shelby Moore pull up now. Smith left side from Great Bend, Kansas. Shelby Moore right side from Leavenworth. Again, 905 is the number. Beat your opponent to the other end without going under quicker than 905. To a 7 and a pair of 906s at the finish line. Shelby Moore gets the job done. 13 thousandths total package. 007 up front, 906.6 at the far end. Sorry, that's 26 thousandths. I'll stop doing math. Shelby Moore, your winner. Jared Smith, 906.9 and done. at 1:45. Trying to do math up here. I don't have my shoes off. I'm all confused. Jaron Miller says call 811. Know what's below. Call before you dig. Great message to pass on to people. Troy Ross alongside. Runner out of Manhattan, Kansas. Mullis car right. So Ross out front. Here comes Miller with a higher horsepower machine at the finish line. Another double breakout. 9:03 for Troy Ross. He is 2 under. Gets the win. Jaron Miller goes 4 under. 9:01 at 170. Craig Maddox pulls up now in his dragster. You'll see his Prowler and Super Gas later on, but here he is in the Maddox Motor Company Chrysler Jeep Dodge machine. And Gary Stennett, straight off the trailer, first weekend out. Not sure he's got a chance. He just paid his entry money. Oh yeah, okay. 4-time world champion over on the right. Trailer dialing to a 9:05. Out of 53 horsepower over on the right. One and done. Let's see what happens at the top end. Oh, how about that? Gary Stennett, 9:06 and 173. He knew what he was doing. We didn't know what he was doing. Craig Maddox, 9:11 and done. So Stennett, he all right. Wade Samuel, Tim Eckert. Samuel for Ideal Car Star. Tim Eckert carrying Willie the Wildcat on the side of his machine. Got to be a proud alum today after that upset win. The other end. And Eckert moves on to round 2. He's on the safe side, 9:07 and 168. Kicked him loose down there. Wade Samuel crossed first and broke out by 5 thousandths of a second. 9:045. That's too quick. Tim Eckert, your winner. Dale Maher and Greg Nicoletti. They'll pull up now. Maher out of Aurora, Colorado. DPM Racing Miller car. Right side, Greg Nicoletti. From Lakewood, Colorado, the Nicoletti Motorsports Racers Evolved machine. Oakley Power. If you're looking for a great power plant, stop by and see Greg over in the pit area. They got one of their motors for sale. Thinking about doing something a little different next year. Not sure what it is, but it might be the other class that we've called to the lanes. Top dragsters. Top dragsters to the lanes, please. Nicoletti, red light start. Automatic win for Dale, 9:27 at 173. Saves the equipment for the next round. Nicoletti drives it out to an 8:97 at 179. Pulling up now, it's Matt Selden, left side out of Omaha, Nebraska. He's in the Napa Auto Parts lane. Selden Racing Miller car. And Danielle Paramio Miller from Topeka, Kansas. Danielle over on the right side. 2 years ago, she put that car in the winner's circle. Right here, Great Bend. Selden heads for the other end, automatic win, 9:02 at 173. For Danielle, red light start, 897 at 171. Final call for top dragster. Final call, top dragster. First call for top sportsman. Top dragster and top sportsman to the lanes. Final call, top dragster. First call, top sportsman. We need you to the lanes. Here's Paul Moore and Landon Stahlbomber pulling up now. Paul, left side, Hutchinson, Kansas. For Mel Hamilton Ford. And Power Solutions and More Racing. Right side, Landon Stahlbomber. For Blocker. Green lights. One of them a lot greener. Paul Moore trying to make up the difference, got down there, broke out. He took the stripe by about a tenth and a half. Stahlbomber on the safe side, gets the win, 9:15 at 150. Moore was behind at the starting line, tried to make up the difference, broke out by a chunk. Tyler Selden pulls up now out of Bennington, Nebraska. The other half of the Selden Racing team alongside Jordan Pratt. Pratt right side from Otsego, Minnesota for Bishop's Performance. Bishop's Performance, 1320 Marketing, and RaceSponsorships.net. All sponsors this weekend of the live feed here from Drag Racer TV. Happy to have them on board. Over there on the right, and it goes red by 030. Leaving too quick. Tyler Selden, your winner, 893 at 168. Jordan Pratt, red light starting at 9:06 to finish up his weekend. Now Mark Moore pulls up. Paul's son. Mark Moore, Hutchinson, Kansas. Another member of that Mel Hamilton Racing team. On the right side, Wichita. The other end they go. Moore goes 890 with a 5. That'd be great if we were running 890s, but we're not. He breaks out by a tenth and a half. John Goman, your winner, 907 at 169. Burton Rowland, number 7 in the world, out of Blanchard, Oklahoma. Very impressive feat to have 2 top 10 finishes in the world. Burton did it last year, number 7 in Super Comp, number 7 in Super Gas. Great job for him. Batteries machine, right side, out of Rogers, Arkansas. To the other end of the track, Fuller breaks out, got down there, took 37 at the stripe, breaks out by 4. He is 904 with a 6 at 174. That's too quick. Rowland, your winner. Rowland with a 905.7 at 156. Mike Nemitz will take his chance here on the left side of the track. Runner out of Waverly, Nebraska. The Nemitz Racing Machine taking on Dave Crawford. Crawford right side from Mesa, Arizona. Driving the DeMars Performance dragster over there on the right. It's an undercover car. Top sportsman to the lanes. Top sportsman to the lanes. Both let go of the button, head for the other end. The Arizona runner better at the starting line and takes the win. 9:11 at 172 for Dave Crawford. He was 16 on the tree and goes 9:11. Sees his win light come on for Mike Nemitz, 9:08 on the 9:05. He was behind at the starting line by 0.04 of a second. Crawford better by 0.03 of a second. Margin victory, 1/100 of a second, going to Dave Crawford. Tim Parker and Ed Cooper. A pair of Coloradans coming up here. Longmont, Colorado left, Henderson, Colorado right. The Parker racing operation here on the left for Parker Sheet Metal. Brand new Casey Lane race car, 2020 model. Right side, the 2021 model Coupe de Ville out of Coop's Hot Rod Shop. That's what he calls his dragsters. See him. Cooper 898 of 174 to the 898. Oh, look at this. So Cooper goes 898.7. Parker goes 898.7. Identical breakouts. So it comes back to reaction time. Cooper 0.34 on the tree. Parker 0.45. So by 11 thousandths of a second on the front end. Cooper, a backdoor hole shot. That's a good way of putting it. Ed Cooper in the Coupe Nouvelle goes on to the second round. Will his son join him? We'll soon find out. Mike Cooper, right side of the track out of Henderson, Colorado. For the Coupe's Hot Rod Shop, another Coupe Nouvelle taking on Don Nichols. Former top 2 runner in the world. Down the track. He's in a little bit of trouble. Don Nichols makes him pay. Another double breakout, 903 for Don Nichols. He breaks out by 2. Cooper breaks out by a whole lot more than that, 899 and 174. Nichols 003 on the tree. Mark Graham, Overland Park, Kansas. He'll pull up left side. Alongside John Medlin from the right, Olathe, Kansas, for VP Racing. Coming up over on the right, he is slowly backing up from his burnout. Now, if you look at Mark Graham's race car, he's got this thing on the back. You know, it looks more like a thong than a wing. I call it a wing. Because the wing strut is there. The wing itself is about 6 inches wide, maybe. So, yeah, it's more like a rudder than a wing. Like on the back of an airplane, you know. An aileron. That's a good way of putting it. All I can tell you is it's unique. Top sportsman. We are looking for you. So, Graham was better at the starting line, but Medlin tighter at the finish line, gets it done. 906 at 163 for Medlin. He'll be your winner. He was 26 on the tree. That's okay. Graham was 12 on the tree. That was better. But he was 6 over 911 at 187. So, here's Jeff Cheney and Wilmer Henshaw. Mike Carlson, please report to the front gate. Attention, Mike Carlson, please report to the front gate to meet the locksmith. Mike Carlson, please report to the front gate to meet the locksmith. So Wilmer's little Fiat Alter hanging a wheel out front. Here comes Jeff Cheney, and it's Cheney. Goes dead zero, 9:050 at 158. He was 20 on the tree. So 20 thousandths total, and it's all on this end as he goes dead zero at the finish line. Wilmer Henshaw was 41 on the tree. That's okay, but he goes under. Crossing first, 9:02. That's 300ths too quick. And Henshaw ends his day in the Roaring 60 machine. Separate them at the start. Win light goes to Gary Wambold. He does not break out, 907 at 158, but his opponent does. Ray Groves goes 2 under 903 at 168. So single coming up here for Cammy Nicoletti. Nicoletti, the other half of the team. There are actually 3 cars, but only 2 of them competing this weekend. Cammy's Nicoletti Motorsports Ford-powered, Oakley-tuned machine will get the single into the next round, and I think I hear the motors coming to life for Top Dragster as they wait at the ready line right now. Their first round coming up. Keith Neiman putting a little heat in. Well, Cammy says, here's why I got the buy. How about a Trip Zip Light that goes 893 at 176, but perfect reaction time for Cammy Nicoletti, getting it done in round number 1, so that puts Super Comp in the books. Now it's time for Top Dragster, round number 1. 6-second, 200-mile-an-hour shooters. The long cars coming up. Ron Ward jumps back on here to tell you all about it.
Thank you, Warren. I do appreciate it. Got the clicker here. We are moving on to Top Dragster. Basically, these are really, really, really quick bracket racing cars. Run the quarter mile in 6 seconds at over 200 miles an hour for the most part. Keith Neiman doing the big smoky burnout with his blown and injected big blocks. Neiman out of Wichita, a 45-year-old firefighter, driving the Flying Monkey Racing rear-engine dragster as an M&M chassis with a big block ship. Connor pulling out of Amarillo, Texas. That's up there in the Panhandle area of Texas. Pulling dialed on a 710. We'll get the first opportunity at the tree. And Keith Neiman with that quicker and faster. 636 dial in. He'll have to play catch up at the big end. So Neiman. And pulling. Neiman, pre-stage, pulling. Inching in, he's pre-stage. Both drivers bumping in. Here we go. Pulling out in front, look at Neiman. Reeling him in. Double breakout victory goes to Connor Pullen. Pullen had a 007 reaction time. Goes to the stripe with a 7:07.1 on a 7:10 dial. Neiman breaks out by a bunch, 6:29 on that 6:36. Here's Shonda Blinzer. Excuse me, Blinsler. 622 the dial. Out of Scottsdale, Arizona. Number 1 qualifier. She ran 6:14 day before yesterday. She actually ran a 6:09 yesterday, but because that was quicker than a 6:10, it was a disqualified run. She had to revert to her previous time slip with a 6:14. But she wasn't your number 1 qualifier by much. There's 3 of them just locked in there. Solid 026 light, hammers it out the back door. About a 6:26 at 2:27. She goes to round number 2. Robbie Gear. Does Robbie have, oh, I didn't see his opponent over there. Dave Slatton over there in the O'Reilly lane. Robbie Gear in the Napa Auto Parts lane. Robbie out of Pleasant Hill, Missouri, which is a suburb of Kansas City. 2002 Mullis car, dialed 749. He'll have first crack at the tree. Dave Slatton purging the nitrous on his 05 Don Davis machine. Over there in the O'Reilly lane. He's dialed 634, so a big head start for Robbie Gear. I look down at my clicker. There's 26 double breakouts so far today. I figured there'd be more. this deep into round number 1, but what do I know? So Robbie Gear, pre-staged, bumping in, he's fully staged, waiting on Slatton. Slatton pulls in, and we're ready to go racing. Nice start for Robbie Gear. And Dave Slatton gets the win, 7:05, 191. Slatton had a perfect reaction time, smoked the tires, stabbed the throttle, then realized, oh, Robbie Gear had a red light. I got the win. So he backs off to a 7:05. David Unis out of Henderson, Colorado. Thank you, David. I appreciate you coming up yesterday and telling Warren and myself how to correctly pronounce your last name. I do appreciate that. 610 the dial for David out of Henderson, Colorado. The Hooker Harness Seatbelt sponsored machine paired up with George Slatton. Slatton out of Phoenix, Arizona. Naturally aspirated big block, 615 cubic inch Chevrolet. Unis with a blown and injected 538 cubic inch combination. Slatton will get a 0.6 of a second head start. Unis with a quicker car. We'll have to catch him at the stripe. With traction. And he gets the win in a similar circumstance. His opponent, Slatton ran a 665 on a 674. Unis, after blowing the tires a little bit here at the starting line, runs 669 on that 610 and collects the win to advance to round number 2 in Top Dragster. Matt Kreft out of Council Bluffs, Iowa, right across the river from Omaha, Nebraska. I mean, right across the river. Dialed in on a 625, your number 7 qualifier. And Jagger Anderson out of Brighton, Colorado, the 17-year-old, dialed on a 701. Jagger gets first crack at the Christmas tree. Matt Kreft, about 3/4 of a second later, gets his chance to blip the throttle. Anderson, sponsored by Mercedes-Benz. Wouldn't mind having one of those classes. And out in front, here comes Kreft. Out the back door they go. Jagger Anderson gets the win, 698, 179 miles an hour. Kreft had a 008 light and went way too quick at the big end. 621 on a 625. Hands the victory to Jagger Anderson. We now have 27 double breakout. Tony Stark out of Denver, Colorado, the on-track performance machine, down 644 in the Napa Auto Parts lane. He's paired with Jamie Cottle. Cottle out of Parker, Colorado. 2014 Gebhardt chassis with a Madcap Racing engine, 632 cubic inch big block for power. He's dialed 726. Another 3/4 of a second head start. This one going to Cottle in the O'Reilly lane. Tony Stark going to have to wait patiently. Tony Stark, he absolutely hammered the Christmas tree, takes it out the back door, gets the win, 644.6 on a 644. You have 005 light, that's an 11,000 package here in round number 1 of Top Dragster for Tony Stark. Fantastic job of driving, both at the line and at the stripe. Tony advances to round 2. Here is Todd Piper. Piper out of St. George, Kansas. 2014 racecraft car in the Napa Auto Parts lane. He's paired up with Lloyd McClure. Piper dialed 731. McClure out of Ottawa, Kansas dialed 650 in the McClure Backhoe sponsored 07 Spitzer car. Piper will get the chance at the tree first. 7/10 of a second later. And they're both solid on the tree. Wind light goes to Todd Piper, 732 on a 731. He takes the stripe away from Lloyd McClure by 3 thousandths of a second. Continuing with top dragster action here in round number 1, Scott Ducey out of Buffalo, Minnesota. The Norm's Wayside 01 Bolton chassis machine. Blown and injected big block Chevy for power. He is dialed on a 649. Larry Piper out of Wamego, Kansas. This is Todd Piper's dad. In his 2014 racecraft car, 604 cubic inch big block for power, and he's got problems. Piper, broken, gives Scott Ducey the bye into round number 2. Tough luck for Larry Piper. Ducey, a big puff of smoke out of the pipes at the gear shift, goes 646 on that 649 dial-in. Advances to round number 2. Hopefully nothing too badly broke for the Piper family racing machine. Our next pair of top dragsters pulling into the water. Super stock, we need you to the staging lanes, please. Super stock for round number 1 of eliminations. We need you to the lanes, super stock, please. Here's Roland Rang out of Sioux Falls, South Dakota in the Napa Auto Parts lane, down 707. Chasing him in the O'Reilly lane will be Brad Basgall. Basgall out of Hayes, Kansas, 06 undercover machine, 565 cubic inch big block. He's out 626. About a 3/4 of a second head start for Roland Rang. Ranged out 707. Super stock. Super stock. To the lanes, please. Super stock. Both cars bumping in. Rang is ready to go. Here comes Basgall. Here comes the tree, and away we go. Basgall gets the win, 653, 167 miles an hour. Roland Rang absolutely drilled the Christmas tree with a 008 reaction to green, but Warren Evans points out, I think he left in high gear. I would have to agree. It just didn't have any grunt. Good win for Brad. He moves to round number 2, and that brings us to David Harrington, who finished 3rd in the Lucas Oil Series here in Division 5 last year. Sponsored by Aeromotive Fuel Systems. He's dialed 649, and he'll be chasing Sarah Fang down the track. Sarah dialed on a 755. So over a full second head start for Sarah Vang. If she can cut a good life, she's going to make life very difficult. Long way to make up, and he does it. Harrington gets the win, runs 650 on a 649 at 207, had a nice 026 height. 39 thousandths package for Harrington. Vang breaks out, trying to stay out in front with a 747, a 176. Here's Mike Seacrest from Wichita, Kansas. 2011 dragster, 632 cubic inch big block in the Napa Auto Parts lane. Sponsored by Darrell's Automotive. He's dialed in on a 690, and chasing him is going to be Jeff Korn. Korn out of Hayes. 2012 undercover car. He is your 2013 Division 5 Top Dragster champion. In 2017, he was your Top Dragster runner-up here in Division 5. No stranger to the winner's circle. Jeff Korn, dialed 622. Off and running. Korn trying to track him down. Here we go. 1,000-foot finish line. Win light. Mike Seacrest, 692 on a 690. Jeff Korn breaks out by, looks like 19 thousandths of a second. Win light goes to Seacrest. Ross Gregory out of Brighton, Colorado, is not here. So Prescott Dean gets the broke by into round number 2. Dean out of Olathe. Ross Gregory yesterday on his final lap of qualifying sneezed the blower at the big end of the racetrack. He's got that centrifugal supercharger, and it blew his charging system, his supercharging system, to shreds. He wasn't able to get it back together, bring it here for round number 1. So Prescott Dean going uncontested into round number 2, dialed 673. Prescott Dean goes 666 at 205 miles an hour. Brad Johnson and Mark Moore. Johnson, another one of those Pro Charge machines, down on a 617. He'll be chasing Mark Moore out of Hutchinson in the 06 TNT car, who's dialed 693. Brad Johnson down off the mountain from Morrison, Colorado. The Rocky Mountain Concrete sponsored machine. And look at all the plumbing on that. We'll get to look at it again as Mark Moore turns on the red light and sends Brad Johnson to round number 2 in a double breakout. 6:09.9 on a 617 dial. Bill Swan out of Terrell, Texas. Or is it Terrell, Texas? I think it's Terrell. 2010 bonded chassis. Actually, looks like he's broke and not able to answer the call. So Steve Johnson going to get a solo shot, a by run into round number 2 with his top dragster. 01 Cameron car. 632 cubic inch big block into the next round. Man, that was a lot of broke buys we had there. First round, a top dragster, showing the attrition of 4 rounds of qualifying. 662 at 198 for Steve Johnson. Here we go with top sportsman. The 1951 Chevy Bel Air-esque machine. Or is it Bel Air-ish? The Batmobile. This is Kyle Firestone out of Velma, Oklahoma. Looks like Kyle has a bye, as Daniel Wilson unable to answer the call here in round number 1. So Kyle Firestone going to take this opportunity to get some data for round number 2. He can do no wrong here. A red light doesn't cause him an issue. A breakout, no problem for Kyle Firestone. He actually has an opportunity here to do some testing on this pass. You saw him purge the nitrous. Kind of interesting what that does. It gets rid of the gaseous nitrous, puts a full liquid shot to the injector plate. Firestone off and running on a string. Look at this thing. It is hooked up like a cable. 691, 196 for Kyle Firestone, which is a little off pace, as he ran 204 in the heat of the day yesterday. Jeff Sutherland and Wade Kiefer, your next pair. Sutherland in that black 1998 Olds Cutlass. Man, those were good-looking cars back in the day. Warren Johnson used to have one of those. Wade Kiefer out of Kimball, Nebraska, 63 Corvette. Kiefer down on a 697. Going to have to wait patiently. It's Sutherland, who's dialed on a 7.7. He gets a big head start. About 0.8 of a second head start. 0.7 of a second. We'll call it that. Sutherland can put together a decent reaction time. It's going to make Kiefer's life. Here comes Kiefer. Double breakout victory as Sutherland tops Kiefer. It's not often you get a Kiefer-Sutherland pair. Todd Stahlbomber and Greg Lair, your next pair here in Top Sportsman. 7:31 the dial for Stahlbomber. He'll get first crack at the Christmas tree in his blown and injected 540 cubic inch big block Chevy powered Camaro. That's the orange and black and silver machine you see in the left lane. Greg Lair in his 2015 Camaro, 5th generation, dialed 667. Large by huge, 903 cubic inch engine. We don't need no stinking power adder. We got cubic inches, and all of them. Stahlbomber off and running, making life tough on Greg Lair. And Lair gets real close to the center line, lifts, and Stahlbomber gets the win as a result. Lair got real close to the center line. Todd Stallbauer says thank you very much, and he advances to round number 2 with a 755 on that 731 dial. Doug Woody coming up out of Independence, Missouri. Doug over there in the O'Reilly Auto Parts lane. Matt Driscoll out of Wellsville, Kansas. 2008 Cobalt. Driscoll dialed on a 690. And Woody dialed on a 739. Woody going to have a big start. Big head start. About 5 thousandths of a second. Excuse me, 500ths. 510. It's 5 something. It's been a long weekend. I don't add so good at the end of the weekend. Win light goes to Driscoll, 699 and 165 as Doug Woody has some technical issues down track. Doug drilled the tree and then something went awry on the race car. He pulled the pin early and said, hey, we're done. Matt Driscoll says thank you so much and advances to round number 2. 699.6 at 165. Here's Mark Dunham out of Guyman, Oklahoma. 94 Chevy Monte Carlo, one of those swoopy Montes. I really like that body style. Paired up with Dusty Meyer. Meyer out of Tonganoxie, Kansas. S10 machine with a big old honking 816 cubic inch Chevrolet engine. Dunham dialed 780. Has the first opportunity at a green light. Dusty Meyer will be about 7/10 of a second behind him. We need super gas to the lanes, please. Super gas, we need you to the lanes. Super gas to the lanes. Red light start for Dunham. Double breakdown. Dusty Meyer goes 7:027. Dunham goes 7:74. Both cars running quicker than their dial in. We're now at 30. Count them 30 double breakouts. Warren Blanc from Keachie, Kansas. 81 Chevy. And it's only round 1, she says. This is true. Blanc in the Camaro, J.J. Heber in the Mustang. J.J., your number 2 qualifier, ran a 665 yesterday morning at 206 miles an hour. This is a bad hot rod. Warren Blanc dialed 727. We'll have a big head start. Heber will give chase. All over the racetrack, but he gets the win with a 666 on a 666. Warren Blanc not able to run the number, and JJ took the long way down the track and still ran the number. Collects the win and goes to round number 2. Good job for JJ. Had to drive the full lane. Dwayne Doffing from Golden, Colorado. 1955 Chevy Bel Air. Gorgeous. White over blue. He's dialed on a 744. Chasing him will be Mr. Jeremiah Vandeventer. Vandeventer out of Fairfield, Nebraska. 36 years of age. The Husker Power Products sponsored 825 cubic inch big block Ford powered Mustang. $679 the dial for Vandeventer. Six-tenths of a second. The red light comes on at the Christmas tree. Doffing leaves too soon. Vandeventer runs on down the track with a 6.79.6 on a 6.79 dial. 4 thousandths package for Vandeventer. He would have been tough even without the red light. Jeff Staub out of St. George in the left lane, driving that 89 Pontiac Firebird, 572 cubic inch big block. He's dialed 782. Chasing him out of Topeka, Kansas, an owner and operator of Miller Precision Machine. This is Dustin Miller. 93 Olds Cutlass, 732 cubic inch big block with a 5-speed Lenco. Actually, I think he's got a G-force in that thing. All I know, he's got a clutch with a lot of discs. Just recently purchased his own resurfacing machine. Actually, resurfaced his discs and his flywheel in the pits now. Kind of important when you got that many of them. He's still getting the feel of it. Hasn't had a lot of seat time in the car. He's been real busy working back at the shop, putting a big block in his wife's car and fixing all of his customers' stuff. So it's nice to see him out. Jeff Staub, on the other hand, out of St. George. Oh, he knows how to drive this thing. Your number 20 qualifier, dialed 782. He'll get first crack at the tree. Stop. Just shut his door halfway down the track. Wind light goes to stop. 778 on a 782. Dustin Miller a little early on the tree. Goes 094. Staub left the starting line and his left front door, well actually he doesn't have a front door, he's just got a left door, popped wide open. And about half track, I think he reached over there and grabbed it and shut it so it didn't come off going through the timers down there at the big end. Man, that was something else. Larry Deemers out of Carroll, Iowa. Beautiful, bright red cobalt. I do like that body style. That, what's the little Pontiac that? Was it the G5 or G6 that was like that? Man, those are good looking little cars. 720. $720 for Deemers, $680 for Neil Schaefer. Schaefer in that 2004 Grand Am. Oh man. Down at the stripe, wind light goes to Larry Deemers. Deemers drilled the tree with a perfect triple O reaction time. Goes 747, 146 out the back door. And Neil Schaefer dropped the hammer at the starting line and experienced problems right off the bat. Was not able to continue down the track. Finished up with an 8:14 at only 1:38 as he coasted across the line. Mike Seacrest from Wichita, 2003 Pontiac Grand Am in the left lane, paired up with your number 1 qualifier, Mr. Alan Firestone. Firestone out of Velma, Oklahoma, driving his multi-geared Camaro. He's got bits and pieces from different years of Camaros to make. It's basically a 5th generation Camaro with all different body panels from all the different 5th generation Camaros on it. Did that after he smacked the car pretty hard and had to put some new parts on it. But he got it back together in fine shape and was able to qualify number 1 here this weekend. He's dialed on a 656. Seacrest with a 713 dial in will have a pretty substantial head start. Here comes Firestone. Look at Firestone reel him in. At the big end, wind light goes to Firestone, 656.3 on a 656, had an 024 light. Let's go to the computer. That's a 27 thousandths package for Mr. Alan Firestone. that's how you get to the next round here in Top Sportsman. We need Super Gas to the lanes. Super Gas, we need you to the lanes as we're bringing Super Stock into the water box now. That was a pretty good round of Top Sportsman right there. Looking at my clicker, the guys were pretty easy on it through Top Sportsman. They really were. I think we only had 2 of them through Top Sportsman. We now have 30 double breakouts. It looks like I may have gotten a little greedy with the total number, but we're not done yet. The wind's blowing harder. It's getting cooler. We'll see what happens. Hawkins not able to answer the call in his I-Stick 67 Camaro, so the win light here goes to Terry Snyder. Snyder out of Galva. Goes 1073 on his 1005 dial, and this broke by Monty Merrill and Carol Warling. Merrill in the bright red Camaro. Here in Super Stock, he's dialed 1040 in his GTH automatic machine. Warling in the N automatic machine, dialed on a 1058. So almost side by side all the way down the track. Only 18 thousandths will separate them at the starting line. And I'm not entirely sure what happened. Looks like Monty Merrill could not hold the car on the starting line. He punched through the beams before the tree came down. Gives the win to Carol Warling. Warling, 1070 to $123 on the big end. This is Super Stock round number 1. And this is Mike Town and Steve Schmidt. Town in the Buick, Schmidt in the Chevy 2. Town out of Paola, Kansas, which is just south of Kansas City, Kansas. It is a suburb of the Kansas City area. 84 Buick Regal, dialed on a 1072. Chasing him, Steve Schmidt out of Sheridan, Wyoming. The Tinsley Drilling 66 Chevy 2, 327 cubic inch small block for power and G automatic. Red light start for Steve Schmidt. His day is done. He'll be loading it up, grabbing himself some bacon and eggs and enjoying a breakfast while he watches the rest of the field run. Mike Town, 1077, 121. He advances to round number 2. Chris Cheney from Claremore, Oklahoma, the Speedy Lube 88 Camaro. Beautiful burgundy and orange machine here. Dialed 1021 in the Napa Auto Parts lane. His competitor this round is Dan Nixon out of Hayes, Kansas. 2014 Camaro, 427 cubic inch small block. .958.4 for Dan Nixon. As the LS machine runs through, 125 mile an hour. And it sounded like my neighborhood there for just a second. Wow. Sean Marquinette unloaded the entire magazine when he did the burnout with his 84 Mustang, and it sounded like home. 1090 the dial in for Marquinette in the 4-cylinder. Randy Johnson from Axel, Nebraska gets the win as Marquinette turns on the red light. 1038, 129 for Johnson. We need Sportsman Motorcycle. Sportsman Motorcycle, we need you to the lanes, please. Bikes, 2-wheelers, we need you to the lanes. Continuing, Super Stock action. Here's one of the bad boys from the old days. David Bogner driving the Super Stock A Hemi car. Created by Chrysler back in 1968. These were the most dominant force in Super Stock for years. a great showing yesterday in our gambler race. And today he takes another win, and it's a double breakout as both cars run under their dial-in. Patterson goes 907 on that 911. Tyler Wlodarczyk out of Wakarusa, Kansas, 86 Chevy Camaro. Dialed 1055, dialed 11. Why can't I speak today? It's a 1027 dial for Tyler Wlodarczyk and Chad Guilford. And that factory GTB car, your number 2 qualifier. He went 917 under the index in qualifying. Guilford out of Highlands Ranch, Colorado, down 831. So big head start and the Mustang. At the stripe, win light goes to Guilford. 832 on the 831 dial. He had an awesome 015 light. Wlodarczyk just a little tardy on the tree. Gets bitten by the snake. Here's Neil Rhodes. Rhodes out of Elizabeth, Colorado. 08 Cobra Jet, 352 cubic inch Coyote style motor. And Scott Pearson in the K Automatic 1970 AMX with a 360. Rhodes. Pearson on a 1069 dial, Rhodes on a 981. Let's see what kind of numbers pop up on the scoreboard. Win light goes to Neil Rhodes. 984, 125 miles an hour. Pearson out of here with a 1072 on that 1069 dial. Your next pair, James Voth and Jared Swinert. Voth out of Buhler, Kansas. The Prairie Bank of Kansas sponsored machine, 86 Monte Carlo. He's going to do the G-body shuffle with a 1015 dial. And Jared Swinert in the 98 Chevy S10 with a small block on board, running a GT truck automatic. 988 the dial for Swinert. So both will get the first crack at the tree. Swinert will get the second chance. Both had to put together a new transmission to make it here to eliminations. We'll see how it works for them. Win light goes to Jared Swinert as Voth is off by a couple tenths of a second. Had a better light, but Swinert ran much closer to the dial and takes the win to round number 2. Scott Burton and Troy Ross. Burton in the white 91 Firebird, Troy Ross in the 87 Camaro. Burton dialed 983 here in the Napa Auto Parts lane. Troy Ross from Manhattan, Kansas, home of the Wildcats who beat up on the Sooners yesterday. 918 the dial for Ross. Ross had a monster wheel stand yesterday. The car kind of pirouetted on the left rear tire. Hopefully he's got the suspension dialed down because today the track is looking like glue. Oh, much better launch for Ross here. At the stripe, win light goes to Troy Ross, 919.3 on a 918 dial. Burton got there first and breaks out by 18 thousandths of a second. Ross advances to round 2. Tim Nicholson out of Concordia, Kansas, driving the Castle Family Racing 66 Chevy 2. It's a GTM stick car. 1015 the dial for Nicholson. Nearly heads up against Alvy Merrill in that gorgeous 68 Camaro. Merrill out of Blanchard, Oklahoma, dialed 1020. He'll get a head start by 0.05 of a second. I don't think you'll even see the difference on the Christmas tree. Alvy Merrill got the head start and then some, and gets the win by 0.06 of a second. 10:26, 124. Alvy Merrill showing everybody here how to drive the stripe at the big end. Had an 017 reaction to Green. Nicholson was a little bit tardy on the tree with an 081. Nicholson runs right on the number, 10:15 on a 10:15, but Merrill kept backing into him and takes the stripe by only 0.06 of a second and advances to round number 2 as a result. Tyler Castle out of Belton, Missouri, 2014 Chevy Camaro. 10:50 to dial for Castle. Your number 1 qualifier in cars gets the bye. Castle going to run it out the back door with basically a free time trial here in round number 1. He goes 9:44 at 141 miles an hour. He ran a 9:56 in qualifying. He's a 1/10 of a second better here in better air conditions today. Moving into Super Gas. We still need Sportsman Motorcycle to the lanes, please. Bikes, we need you to the lanes. Sportsman Motorcycle, we need you to the lanes, please. Super Street, we need you to the lanes, please. Super Street. Norm Bremgart and Mike Netzelman paired up here in round number 1 of Super Gas. This is 10:05 index racing. Beat your opponent to the finish line. Don't go quicker than 10:05. And that's how you do it. Mike Netzelman goes 10:22 at 155. Advances to round 2, sends Norm Bremgart home. We need Super Street and Stock. Super Street to the lanes and Stock Eliminator to the lanes, please. Super Street and Stock. Next pair, Super Gas. Mark Price in the left lane. Craig Maddox in the right lane. Price from Colorado. Maddox from Nebraska. Down to the line. Win light. Uh-oh, another click, double breakout. 996 at 164 for Craig Maddox. Boy, he didn't break out just a little bit. He broke out a bunch and still got the win. Mark Price went 988 on that 10:05 index. Here's Dennis Keck and Tim Parker. Stock and Super Street. We need you to the lanes, please. Stock Eliminator and Super Street to the lanes. Keck out of Wheatland, Wyoming, and Parker out of Longmont, Colorado. Keck here in the Parker in the crazy lane. At the stripe, win light goes to Dennis Keck. Good job of driving the car there. 018 reaction to green. Parker got there first, took the stripe by 57 thousandths of a second, and broke out by 29 thousandths of a second. Steve Stickelmeyer out of Aberdeen, South Dakota. Stickelmeyer at the wheel of his 2004 Chevy Corvette Roadster. Mike Miller driving that 27 Don Davis car, 565 cubic inch big block. Stickelmeyer turns on the red line by 9/100ths of a second. He left yesterday. Mike Miller, 000 reaction time, absolutely perfect. Runs it out the back door after he sees the red light for a time trial. He figures out the car will run 10:015 in today's conditions at 159 miles an hour. Miller advances to round 2 to represent the fine folks in Moriarty, New Mexico. Brad Johnson out of Morrison, Colorado, 67 Camaro. And Mark Philbrick, 98 Mustang. That's a big engine, 599 cubic inches. Red light starts for Johnson. Philbrick gets a free pass after the red light. Do whatever he wants. I think he's going to run it out the back door. This has a time trial. Yes, he did. How about a 10:040 for Philbrick with an 015 light? I think he's set up and ready to go for round 2. Great reaction time, good pass from Mark Filbert. Todd Pullen and Jim Kapp. Todd Pullen out of Amarillo, Texas. 2019 Corvette, 615 cubic inch machine. Kapp, number 2 in the Lucas Oil Super Gas World last year out of Willis, Texas. He owns and operates the Texas Music Emporium. Many, many wins last year, including Bell Rose. We need super gas to the lanes, please. Super gas. Wait a minute. Really? We need super gas? We just ran super gas. We're right in the middle of super gas. Man. Almost a staging duel. Pullen. First, Jim Kapp follows suit. Jim Kapp gets the win, 10:09, 149. As Todd Pullen runs 9.99 on a 10:05 index. That'll put you back on the trailer pretty quick. Jason McClure out of Lucas, Texas. The Frontier Communications 68 Camaro. Back in 2010, he was your Super Gas winner at the Topeka Nationals. And he won here last year. Your defending event champion, Jason McClure, in the left lane. Paired up with Dennis Hay out of Golden, Colorado. Beautiful. 85 Chevy Corvette. I like the flame. Down at the big end of the racetrack, win light goes to Jason McClure. 10:07 at a $1.50. Problems for Dennis Hay going down track. He was off the index by about 0.4 of a second. Butch Kleewine from North Platte, Nebraska, 2013 Camaro. That is the Roadster that you see here in the left lane. Ryan double breakout victory going to Stifler. 10 flat on a 10:05 index. Butch Kleewine went 9.99.5. Now look at the clicker, we're now 33. 33 double breakouts today. Rod Wolter, Phil Unruh. Good looking pair of race cars here. Wolter in that 27 Brogy chassis. Supposed to look like a 1927 Model T. Man, if they would have made them look that good back in 27, they would have sold a lot more of them. Phil Unruh out of McPherson, Kansas, 67 Chevy Camaro. One of the greatest quotes ever by Henry Ford. We'll paint it any color you want as long as it's black. Walter, Unruh, side by side. Walter in the little street roadster. Phil Unruh in the Camaro Roadster. Win light in a double breakout goes to Rod Wolter in the 27 Model T. 10.036 to a 10 flat. We should have bikes in the lanes. We should have stock in the lanes, and we should have super street in the lanes. Mike Burkhart gets the win as Ray Schoenman turns on the red light in a double breakout. Burkhart, 992, 149. Schoenman, 999 at 155. Every time I see this car, I enjoy it more and more. Don Nichols, beautiful 57 Corvette Roadster. Number 8 in the Lucas Oil world here in Division 5. I should say in Division 5 last year. He'd like to be number 8 in the world. Nichols taking on Dan Gamblin. Gamblin gets the win. 10:07, 150.80 takes the stripe by, check this out, folks, 14 ten-thousandths of a second. The margin of victory right there for Dan Gamblin. Good run for him. We need Super Street and Stock. You should be in the lanes. Stock Eliminator and Super Street. You should be in the lanes. Connor Pullen and Rick Cates. Pullen out of Amarillo, Texas. Last year at this event, he won Top Dragster. He's running Super Gas right here in that beautiful red Corvette Roadster. Rick Cates, 71 years young. Driving that 2000 Corvette. At this time, age and treachery takes over and beats youth and experience. Rick Cates, 10:05.9 on a 10:05 index, 0:14 reaction time. Wow, that's a great lap. 9 of 14, 23 thousandths package. Knapp in the left lane, Hansen in the right lane. A couple of Colorado natives came down off the mountain to beat on each other, and it's a double breakout. Knapp gets the win by running closer to the index, 10:04.8, misses by 2 thou. Larry Hansen, 9.96, off by a bunch. Took the stripe by 96 thousandths of a second in Super Gas. That's a bunch. That's like, yeah, that's a bunch. Vern Rowland out of Blanchard, Oklahoma. In the Napa Auto Parts lane, driving his 85 Calais. Robbie Schaefer driving his 92 Grand Prix. Win light goes to Vern Rowland, 10:09, 147 mile an hour for Rowland here in Super Gas. Here's the stump jumper. Tim Nicholson out of Concordia, Kansas. Doing it the hard way. 5-speed manual transmission in the left lane. Ryan Siffring, 500, and a small block. A 5-speed and a small block in the left lane. Big block and a power glide in the right lane for Ryan Siffring. Siffring out of O'Fallon, Missouri. Tim Nicholson out of Concordia, Kansas. It's pointed out to me by Mr. Warren Evans, there's going to be a 40-mile-an-hour difference in the finish line. Tim Nicholson off and running, banging gears, pulling levers, having fun. Looking back, he's like, where's Siffring? Where is he? Oh, there he is. What do I do now? And it's a double breakout victory. Hang on, let's get the click out of the way. And Nicholson, 9.99 at 102. Siffring, 9.99 at 160. The difference here, Nicholson breaks out by 16 thousandths. Siffring breaks out by 19 thousandths. Super Street and Stock to the lanes, please. Super Street and Stock to the lanes. Here's Jeremy Demers and Steve Hayes. Round number 1, Super Gas. And I have got some good information to share with you. It's actually fun. Let's do it that way. Jeremy Demers, Carroll, Iowa in the Corvette. Steve Hayes comes off the throttle stop first in his Camaro. Hayes out in front. Here comes Demers. Win light goes to Demers. 10.057 on a 10.05 as he takes the win into round number 2. That's just about going to wrap it up for Super Gas as we got one last machine. That beautiful 1962 Ferrari 250 GTO of Kevin Burnett. Long gone is the Ferrari V12. Replacing it is a romping, stomping 528 cubic inch big block Mopar out of Parker, Colorado. Of all the oddball combinations I've seen in my life, this is the oddest and the most ballist. The most ballist, the most oddest ballist combination I've ever seen. A big block Mopar powered Ferrari. $9.99 for Burnett. He advances to round number 2 through the bye run. Sportsman Bikes coming at you now. But before we bring the bikes and as they get started, we want to give a special thank you to Scott Burton, Mike Morehouse, Dennis Hay, and Craig Butler. This weekend they had winnings in the stock, super stock shootout and in the gamblers races that we had, as well as the Larice Motorsports Super Shootout. They all donated their winnings to repaving the track. How about that? All 4 of them did. Also, thank you to everyone else who's donated. We noticed that when you've asked for your change at the Shirt Shack, should be added as donations. We're thankful for every dollar you've given so far. We'd also like to thank George Slatton for his donation from the George Trust. So far this weekend, $1,700 have been raised. But we got a long way to go to hit that $250,000 mark. So I'm going to be down there at the T-Shirt Shack here in a little bit. Right now, you go down and talk to Alex. If you'd like to chuck in just a couple bucks or maybe a big donation, everything is very well appreciated. In Super Street, we're missing car number 421B. 421B. We need that car. 2 lanes down. Here's Mike Voss and Mike Shelton. Mike gets the win in the left lane. Voss goes 9:19.0 on a 9:19. Had a double 0-2 reaction time. Ladies and gentlemen, you got yourself a 2000s package. Mike Voss, you officially have the smallest package of the event so far. 2000s. We had a 3 yesterday. 2000s today. That's going to be tough to beat. He didn't leave much meat on the bone there. Here's Gordon Fangmeyer and Patrick Roetto. Sportsman Bike, round number 1, coming at you. Fangmeyer down on an 848. Roetto on an 870. We're missing 2 super stockers. 876, 143. Roetto gets the win and advances to round number 2. We're missing 2 stockers. We do not. If you're a stocker and you're supposed to be in the lanes and you're not here, you're late. We're rocking and rolling. Ron Johnson and John Fitzpatrick. Johnson, dialed 952 out of Ellis, Kansas, in the left lane. Fitzpatrick in the right lane, dialed 950, nearly heads up. blocks the left lane, Suzuki the right lane. Here we go. 519X is out. Broke. Ouch. Here's Leonard Fox out of Aurora, Colorado, finished 7th in the division last year. He's dialed 862. He'll be chasing Robert Beeker. Beeker out of Lorraine, Kansas. We need Super Comp. Round number 2 to the lanes. Super Comp, round number 2. We need you to the staging lanes. Double breakout win here for Robert Beeker, 936, 141. Sean Schnothorst out of Huron, South Dakota, 74 Kawasaki. Dialed 1031. In the Napa Auto Parts lane, he's paired with William Holman. Holman dialed 932. Apparently didn't get enough sleep last night, but he gets the win. Holy smokes. Schnothorst breaks out, takes the stripe by 1.5 seconds, and breaks out by 16 thousandths of a second. He was looking back the whole way. William Holmuth had a 1/4 second reaction time and gets the win. You got to drive both ends of the track, folks. Ouch, that has got to hurt. Painful. He's going to pick up his ET slip and go, oh, man. Holmuth gets a second chance. Bo Drexler paired up with Byron Kissel. Kissel out of here by way of a red light. Drexler gets the win light, advances to round number 2. 823, 160 miles an hour. Nick Cummett and Leland Sykes paired up here. 821 the dial for Cummett in the Napa Auto Parts lane, and Sykes dialed 871. Great pair of reaction times. Cummett went 011 on the tree and gets the win. Sykes was right there with him, had a 002 reaction time. But Cummett running closer to his dial, goes 823.8 and advances into round number 2. Well, I'm looking at my clicker counter here, and it's not as bad as I thought. I thought we were going to have a plethora of double breakouts. We're less than 40. We got 38 double breakouts so far. I'm going to turn the microphone over here for Stock Eliminator Round 2 to Mr. Warren Evans, and I'm going to run down and grab myself an ice-cold iced tea.
Well, thank you, Ron. Round 1 in the books in all of our categories. Round 2. Well, except for Comp Eliminator. We haven't seen Comp yet today, and we haven't seen the alcohol cars yet today. Be looking for alcohol cars right at noon today. Stock Eliminator will now pull up for their round number 2. Half as many as you saw last time around. We're going to cut them in half again. Kevin Liner, Dakota City, Nebraska, the 2-barrel Technology 69 Dodge. Our automatic combination for the little 318 Dodge Dart. Daryl Goheen alongside. Small block 350 powered C automatic Camaro for justanswer.com. Daryl out of Hayes, Kansas. Head start goes to the Mopar by 2.5 seconds. Thereabouts. Wheels up start, heads for the other end. He'll be chasing down Liner. Will it be the Mopar or the Chevy? And it's going to be the Chevrolet. Turning on the wind light. Daryl Goheen goes on to round number 3. 1109 on his 1107 dial at 113. He was 32 on the tree. That was better than Kevin Leinert. And Leinert 4 over 13.48 ends his weekend in round number 2. Norm Orling comes up now with that gorgeous 62 Catalina. I love that car. 421 Pontiac Power, E-Automatic, and Mike Resney, factory stock D, 2010 Dodge Challenger. The Challenger dialed to 980. He'll have 7 plate long. Norm Orling turns it red. Resney gets the automatic win. He'll drive the Challenger to the other end. A little trouble getting off the starting line there for the Mopar. 10-11 at 134, but it doesn't matter. Red light start for Warling and 1179 at 101. And the Pontiac is done. David McGaw and Chuck Rose pull up now. McGaw from Cresburn, South Dakota. The Falk County Outfitters machine. That is a K automatic 305 powered 82 Camaro. Chuck Rose alongside the 340 Duster out of South Sioux. He's trying to go 11-10. McGaw, 12 got the head start. Here comes the Mopar. Can he track him down at the finish line? Yes, he does. 11-14 of 118. Fed him some stripe there. McGaw broke out as he went 12.059 on a 12.06. He breaks out by 1/1000 of a second. Monty Jones and Brett Kopecky. Kopecky was up here just a little bit ago. Some drivetrain trouble. They're not able to make the call. Goes to Monty Jones. It's a little directly connected Charger. Exits after his round 1 win. Tough break for him. 11:34 at 116. Best performance of the weekend for Monty Jones here on the single. He'll have it dialed in for the next round. Kopecky still clinging to a points lead here in stock eliminator. We'll see how it all turns out at the end of the day. Bob Swan and Justin Robbins will take their shot at it now. Swan left side. The 67 Shelby for Scott Peterson Motors. His C automatic dial is 1062. He'll be chasing down Justin Robbins' F automatic 73 Dart. Yes, that is the Dart, not a Justin. Right side, Robbins trying to run 11:22. Advantage goes to Swan by 0.04 of a second. Win light goes to Swan. 1071 at 123. He was behind at the finish line. Robbins got down there and broke out by 1/1000 of a second. Another 1/1000 breakout. 11:21.9 on the 11:22. Just a touch too quick for Robbins. Bob Swan is your winner. That thing behaved right there. Needs to just pull it over quick would be my advice, but I'm just the announcer. Mike St. Clair, 007 on the tree, 979 at 113. That car launched, lurched. When he tried to put a little power to it, it lurched again. That did not look very good for Paul Marolo, the stick car. Something definitely broke, at least from my vantage point of the little SS. Mike St. Clair, your winner, 979 at 113 for the win. Well, Paul's still under power down there. It's probably going clunkety, clunkety, clunk down the track. Says we get him safely off the track, which he is. We'll roll right into our next pair. Jeremy Romero. That is the Firebird over here on the left-hand side. Littleton, Colorado, the home base for the C Automatic Pontiac. 350 power stuffed under the hood there, alongside Curtis Breeze, the buzzin' half dozen. V-stock automatic Dodge Diplomat, 225 cubic inches of Pentastar power. The Slant 6 over there on the right. Breeze trying to go 1489. He'll get the head start, 1072 the dial in for the red Firebird over here on the left. Big wheels up start there for the Pontiac as he gives chase. He sets his sights on the finish line and the buzzing half dozen. And at the stripe, it's going to be the Pontiac getting it done. 1075 at 107. He is 3 over for the win. Jeremy Romero, your winner. Curtis Reese sat down there, watched him come by. 1494 on the 1489. Reese gave up 600s back here at the starting line, and that was a big enough window for Romero to do whatever he needed to at the quarter mile. Here's Scott Burton pulling up now in his Cobra Jet. Burton left alongside Jay Story. The Copo right. Modern day muscle cars side by side. Ford Chevy matchup. 970 the dial there for Burton. 940 for the Copo on the right for Jay Story. So, modern technology, muscle cars left and right. As factory stock rolling out. Mustang gets the lead first. Here comes the Copo. Copo a touch better at the starting line. Wind line's going to flash for Burton. Burton 972 at 122, so the Ford gets it done. Jay Story 5 over 945 at 142. Story was a little bit better at the starting line at 35 to a 57. Burton closer to his prediction as he is 2 over and Story was 5 over, so margin of victory winds up being 55 ten-thousandths of a second, or about a bumper win. Jim Hughes, Bobby running. Round 3 as Jim Hughes turns it red. Hughes heads for the other end of the track. 1067 at 113 for Jim Hughes. But his weekend is done. How about this for Bobby D? 1350 on the 43 dial. And the runner out of Cozad, Nebraska goes on to third round action. Cool stuff. Dwayne Sheitlin and Ted Romero. Supercom pairing up back there. Two straight weights at the ready line. Stalkers heading down the track. The A automatic Challenger for Dwayne Sheitlin. Sheitlin wins on the double breakout, 10:23.6. He breaks out by 4 thousandths of a second. Ted Romero breaks out as well, 10:57.3 on the 10:58. So his breakout, 7 thousandths of a second. Sheitlin wins on the double breakout. Add 1 to the counter there. First pair that we've been able to do that with. Steve Couch and Dick Geary coming up now. Couch, the Steve's Auto and Motorcycles out of Sidney, Nebraska. Just like the hood says, 1 of 3 ever built in this combination. He gets Dick Geary alongside the I-Automatic 72 Camaro. Getting wound up here. Dick Geary, 11:72.6, dead on 6. Couple that up with a 9 thousandths reaction time, 15 thousandths total package. Steve Couch had no chance when he left the starting line. 1095 at 112. Didn't matter what he ran at the finish line because he was already beat when he left the start. Craig Butler pulls up now. It's Super Street round number 2. Coming at you right now, the 1105 cars. And Craig Butler, my dad had one of those. He had a 1980 citation. No, we did not have a. We had a citation. In fact, we had 2 citations. Had the original 80 notchback, and then we had an 81 hatchback. Oh yes, Fran got a citation yesterday. Couldn't keep her foot out of that Hellcat. Police like to have her autograph a document that they have for her. Craig Butler, Greg Pickens, 1105 the target down there on the scoreboard. Round number 2 coming up. We only had one double break in that stock eliminator category. Let's see if that changes. I have a feeling that it will. Maybe as soon as it's right down. Nope. Craig Butler was safe, 11-12 at 145. He already had the win in his back pocket as the red lights start for Greg Pickens by 007. Then Pickens finishes up with an 11:03 at 146. Jeff Kaufman and Dave Ash come rolling up now. Kaufman left side, little Chevy 2 here on the left, and Dave Ash right side, the 92 Camaro. We see Dave, where's Ted and his Corvette? We haven't seen Ted all weekend. So, and then Terrence. Dave out here in his car. And the Camaro getting run over the Chevy 2. Yes, he does. Hey. Clickety click. Another double breakout. 11:02 on the 11:05 for Dave Ash. Jeff Kaufman, 10:99 on the 11:05. So Ash breaks out by 3. Kaufman breaks out by 6. More is not better. Bigger breakout ends the weekend for Kaufman. Scott Gordine coming up now, 78 Nova. That's not a 78 Nova. Let's say, well, it's not even a 60. It might be about a 66. Yeah, none of that. 1 thou separate them at the start. And 11:02 beats an 11:01. Scott Gordine gets it done over Darrell Bostwick. Two more coming up. The Camaro left side and the Mustang right. Ford Chevy matchup coming up now between April Merrill and Randy Helzer. Merrill left side from Blanchard, Oklahoma. White Mustang. Again. Next set for him, 11:05. At the finish line, who's going to get the job done? It's going to be Randy Helzer. Way off pace, 11:28 at 128, but played to his benefit. As April Merrill got down there, took 2/10 at the finish line. Breaks out by 300s, 11:02 at 120. Helzer behind all the way. A trouble-plagued run, but guess what? He'll be back for round 3. Greg Parson in Slug. Try that again. In Sluggo. Wade Samuel coming up now. These two raced in Las Vegas. First time they've had the opportunity to match up since then. Carson and Samuel. And for the finish line, win light's going to flash for Wade Samuel. Another double breakout. Wade Samuel breaks out by 3/1000ths of a second, 11:047 at 130. Greg Parson breaks out by 400ths of a second, 11:01 at 141. Super Comp, you should all be back there. Shane Herman and Greg Pfeffer pull up now. The Wild Man right side. Coming off the starting line, the Wild Man. Shane Herman alongside, Chevelle powered along. for the win. 11:10 at 1:44. He is better at the starting line. That 200s he had in his pocket, his 200s better than Pfeffer at the finish line. So by 100 total, Shane Herman turns on a win line. Andrew Withers comes up now in his all-black Camaro. Nick Siebert alongside in that great-looking Buick GS out of Wamego, Kansas, as we need top dragster. Top dragster back to the lanes for round number 2. Top dragster back to the lanes for round number 2. And race fans, stand by as our track right around today. 006 ran for Nick Siebert. Andrew Withers marches on to third round action. Withers with an 11:03 at 134. Siebert steps off the throttle down there, 11:47 at 95. Super stock to the lanes as well. Super stock, we need you to the lanes as well. So top dragster and super stock, we need you to the staging lanes. Here's Rachel Smith and Brittany DeVore, the young ladies left and right. Rachel from right here in Great Bend. Rachel, certainly a dedicated had her child on a Wednesday and was racing on a Saturday. How about that? Brittany DeVore alongside. Is it going to be the S10 or the Camaro? It's the S10. Getting it done. A pair of 11:09s on the scoreboard. Brittany DeVore gets it done. 11:09.3 at 128. Better at the starting line as well with a 15 to a 21 for Rachel Smith. Rachel right there, 11:09.8 at 131, but all for naught as Brittany DeVore is your winner. Is that right? Out there in the baby seat, rolling up. On boards, buddy. Don't insult him. I thought he'd be proud to say he was your friend. Richard Cantrell, 11:08 at 133. I didn't mean. Sorry, Richard. I thought it was supposed to be a compliment, but what do I know? He's been all right up here in the tower, but it's only been 3 days. I don't know what a lifetime is like. Oh, I'm supposed to eat my ice cream and shut up now, as Ron Ward said it. Ron Ward says, I'm tired of you talking about me that way. Hey, super comp. Loading them up now. Round number 2 coming up. Didn't do much damage to your counter there. We're only at 42. But triple digits still in the offing. Here you go, Ron Ward. Round 2 of super comp.
Thank you, Warren. I do appreciate it. Now, Richard and I are good friends. I don't want you to hold that against him, okay? He's a good guy. He really is. All right, Super Comp round number 2. We got a couple of heavy hitters in the house with Jeff Cheney in the left lane and Landon Stahlbomber in the right lane. Jeff Cheney out of Cambridge, Minnesota, and Landon Stahlbomber out of Wakarusa, Kansas. And a huge thank you to the Amarine Racing team for the goodies. Oh, wow. They knocked it out of the park. That's called hospitality right there. So Cheney, big block Chevy power, as is Stahlbomber. Broke up on the stage, ready, here we go. Cheney, red light starts, red light goes to Landon Stahlbomber. Stahlbomber advancing to round number 3 with a 9:03.0. Cheney went 9:03.1. Red light start for Cheney was the big difference there. Stahlbomber advances in another double breakout round. Tim Schuster out of Littleton, Colorado, 2013 American chassis. Paired up with Caleb Klewine from North Platte, Nebraska. Klewine in the O'Reilly lane, Schuster here in the Napa Auto Parts lane. Wow, both of them really the Christmas tree. Hammering on the light at the big end. Win light goes to Caleb Kleewine. He went 9.06.3, 13 thousandths over on the big end. He had a 008 light. That's 21 thousandths package for Caleb Kleewine. Schuster had an 021 light and breaks out at the big end, trying to stay ahead. Goes 9.039. Kleewine advances to round 3. Here's Shelby Moore. Shelby from Leavenworth, Kansas. Every time I see the name Leavenworth, I've lived in Kansas all my life, but I think about 11 years at 12worth or 12 years at Leavenworth. I think that was Groucho Marx that did that. Shelby Moore and Steve Evans. Evans out of Moore, Oklahoma. In a double breakout victory, Steve Evans gets the win, 9.031 on a 9.05 index. Wow, wow, wow. Man, Moore took it out the back door, took the stripe by 6 thousandths, but broke out by a bunch as he had a 0.84 reaction time. That's hard to make up. Gary Stinnett. This guy's won just about every event that's ever been contested on a drag strip. He's paired up with Troy Ross out of Manhattan. Stinnett in the left lane, Ross in the right lane. Stinnett came in here off the trailer, didn't make a time trial, and won round number 1. He now has some data in the bank. Can feed that into his box and throttle stop. As long as he does his job on the Christmas tree, the car will do its job, and you'll see another win light for Gary Stinnett. Off the trailer, no time trial, already won 2 rounds, this one in a double breakout against Troy Ross. Stinnett runs within 7 thousandths with a 9.043, had an 0.18 reaction time, and this is how you gain world championships. Wow, impressive. Stuart Way and Dale Mayer. Stuart out of Mead, Nebraska, 2008 Race Tech machine with a big block Chevy behind him. That's that beautiful red and orange dragster. And the multicolored machine over there on the right side, that's Dale Mayer. Mayer, a list of accomplishments himself, such as the 2005 Mile High Nationals, 2002 Las Vegas Super Limited, and a red light start here for Dale Mayer. He's out of here. Stuart Way goes on to the next round. Double breakout. Way goes 8.98.0 and advances to round number 3. We are right in the middle of Super Comp, round number 2. Bring everybody up to date on how this works. We're on a 9.05 index. The cars will leave the starting line together, and whoever gets to the finish line first gets the win, unless you go quicker than 9.05. If both cars go quicker than a 9.05, that's called a double breakout. And we're counting those today. We got 47 so far, and we're in round 2. For those of you who were not with us yesterday, you probably don't understand why we're counting now 48 double breakouts as Vern Rowland takes the win here. But the weather during our qualifying and time trials over the last 3 days has been warm and humid with a headwind. Today, not so warm, not so humid, and absolutely no headwind. In fact, we've got a ripping tailwind. So I knew it was going to be a challenge for the two. And that we were going to see a bunch of double breakouts. Now, my guess was 175. I don't think we're going to get near that many, although now we have 49 double breakouts as Chuck Bray defeats John Goman here in round number 2 with an 8.99.3. Goman goes 8.97.8. Once again, altitude corrected here at Great Bend. We're running a 9.05 index as opposed to the 8.90 index that they run at lower altitudes. Here's Ed Cooper out of Henderson, Colorado. driving his brand new Coupe de Ville race car, equipped with a big block Chevy that he says displaces a scant 396 cubic inches. I don't believe him. Tim Eckert out of Manhattan, 632 cubic inches. Wearing the colors of Kansas State University, the purple and white proudly displayed. Another double breakout. Tim Eckert gets the win. 9:02.2 to an 8:98.6 for Cooper. Next pair of Super Comp cars here in round number 2, Don Nichols and Mitch Withers. Nichols in that green track, and Withers in that very sleek 2019 Corvette. It's hard to believe that body style is only a year old. Win light goes to Don Nichols. Boy, that was a hard-fought win, too. 9:10 and 1:59 for Nichols. Took the stripe by 31 thou. James Kunkel coming up next in his door car. This is the long car killer for the season. Went into Topeka a few weeks back where they had their double points race. They had points races back to back, and he won Super Comp against all the dragsters in both events. How many continuous rounds of racing did he win? 17 rounds in a row. And ends up with 2 wins. Kunkel taking on Gary Wamble. You know, he came off that the next week. Raced in Wichita. Won that. Kunkel off and running. Wamble down at Armada, Colorado. Trying hard. Get around Mr. Kunkel. In a double breakout. I get to click the clicker again. James Kunkel gets another win. 9:03.6, breaks out by 14 thousandths. Wamble breaks out by 400ths. Here's Matt Selden and John Medlin. Selden and Medlin. Omaha, Nebraska native in the left lane. Olathe, Kansas represented in the right lane. John Medlin getting some sponsorship help from VP Racing Fuels. 638 cubic inch big block in the O'Reilly lane. Matt Selden fixes cars for a living. Sponsors himself. John Medlin. I don't often get to say that with the Super Comp dragster, but man, did he yank those front wheels, and he gets the win. 9:08 at 162. Matt Selden breaks out by 6 thousandths of a second. Jeff Korn out of Hayes. 06 undercover car in the left lane. Paired up with Mitch Mustard. Mustard out of Arvada. Sponsored by Goodyear, Sunoco, and Hill Petroleum. 2019 Mile High National winner right here. Red light start for Mitch Mustard. 896.4, 180. Jeff Corrin goes to round number 3. Tyler Selden and Dave Crawford. Selden in the Napa lane out of Bennington, Nebraska. Purple and white. Crawford, part of the dealer's performance team. You hear him chucking taters down there at the big end. Crawford runs right along the index. 9:05 gets the win. Tyler Selden was down there chucking taters and gave up the stripe to Crawford. Selden had him by 200ths at the starting line. Rather than running out the back door, he got off the throttle, gave up the win. Crawford says, thank you very much. I'll see all the rest of y'all in round number 3. Blake Johnson from Arvada, Colorado. The blue and white machine you see here in the left lane, paired up with Kevin Burnett. We need super stock. Super stock, you should be in the lanes. Super stock, you should be in the lanes. Burnett in that 06 Camry car, 630 power. Kevin Burnett with a great run. 28 thousandths package. He goes 9:05.3 out the back door. Blake Johnson breaks out. Blake with a little bit better reaction time, but goes too quick on the big end. Hands the win to Kevin Burnett. Kyle Seacrest and Cammy Nicoletti. Seacrest in the black car out of Wichita. He's a bean counter by trade. He doesn't actually count beans, but that's what they call an accountant. Those of us who are engineers, we know accountants well. They typically ruin our designs based on just saving money. Cammy Nicoletti out of Lakewood, Colorado. You're exactly right, Warren. The bean counters come to the engineers and say, build it for half that. And then the service people in the field have to deal with us cutting the cost because we actually designed service into it. We got to take that out. And now they're mad at the engineers instead of the bean counters. We take all the blame. They have to do all the work. And this is going to be a good pair. Seacrest left lane. Nicoletti right lane, coming down to the stripe in another double breakout. Green light goes to Kyle Seacrest. Both of them running 9:040. Kyle Seacrest with a 004 reaction time. Nicoletti with an 026. It all comes down to that. Like we said earlier, we call that a backdoor hole shot. A huge, huge, huge thank you to Stephen Ehrlich and Alita Ehrlich from right here in beautiful downtown Great Bend. They just ponied up $1,000 towards building the new wall and timing system here at SRCA Drag Strip. We're getting closer to our goal. We can use all help. Please, anybody. Nickels, dimes, dollar bills, fives, tens. We don't need your firstborn children. Thank you so much. Unless they want to help build the wall. We need alcohol cars to the lanes, please. Top alcohol dragster, top alcohol funny car. We need you to the staging lanes for round number 1 of eliminations. Actually, alcohol funny car, this will be your final round. Top dragster should be coming at us in the staging lane. He's got to stand up and look way back down there. We're waiting on Dan Nixon. Dan Nixon, we're waiting on your presence in the staging lanes. It's not that chilly out today, but it's real breezy. Real breezy. We're only supposed to be in the 70s, which is actually fairly mild. I actually see a few people out there wearing shorts today, but there's a lot of people wearing sleeves too, and hoodies. And if you need a new t-shirt, hey, don't forget, we do have t-shirts for sale. Right down here at the t-shirt trailer. You can talk with the beautiful young Alex down there, and she'll get you fixed up.
Racing is a risky sport. Don't take risks with your racing operation. On or off the track, protection from LODRS Motorsports Insurance is not a risk. Get your quote today at LODRS Motorsports Insurance.
One final fling for one epic year. Peter Biondo and Kyle Seipel return to Las Vegas for an unprecedented fourth fling in 2020. The Fall Fling West, presented by Rad Torque Systems, is racers' chance to run for big money at the Strip at Las Vegas Motor Speedway this October. $10,000 to win Friday, $50,000 to win Saturday, and $10,000 to win on Sunday. A $100,000 to win 64-car shootout on Thursday. Gate entries are welcome to both Pro and Super Pro. Pro will run separate until there is one remaining. Race for $10,000, $50,000, and $10,000 for only $690. Text the word Vegas to 74121 for event updates. The Fall Fling West. Fabulous Las Vegas. Race it. Experience it. LODRS, the leader in performance electronics. Racers know and depend on their state-of-the-art systems every day. Perform Air Pro and Perform Air Eclipse are the racing industry standard, high-tech, easy-to-use weather systems. Power-Light lithium batteries, the super powerful lightweight energy source for your machine. And the Data Quest Power Quest, the most innovative data recorders and touchscreen switch panels you can find. Check out ultronicsinc.com for these products and more. Ultronics, the choice of champions.
Racers, when it is time for your next race trailer, built the way you want without compromise, look no further than Vintage Trailers. Troy Stone and the entire Vintage team has been in the custom race car trailer business for over 27 years, and for over 22 years racing alongside you using the products they build and sell. Vintage Trailers can put you in exactly the right equipment, whether it's with living quarters, bath facilities, traditional rig, or a stacker, with over 24 designs in-house or built to your specifications. No matter what the need for you, your team, or your entire race operation, Vintage Trailers has what you need. Just look for the slime green rig at the next race to see the quality, vintage manufactured custom stacker, or check them out on the web at vintagetrailers.com. Vintage Trailers, quality by design.
Here we go. Top dragster, round 2, rolling into the water. Getting ready to do battle. Problems for Dave Slatton. The car brakes on its way to the burnout box. Didn't even get to make a burnout. Dave Unis gets the bye run by way of a broken competitor. That's not the way he wanted this to happen. He doesn't mind going to round number 3 either. Dialed on a 620. Wow. Otis knocked the tires off at the starting line. He's been ripe for the picking 2 rounds in a row and hasn't got picked yet. He's going to be overripe in round number 3. Here's Brad Johnson and Todd Piper. Johnson in the Napa Auto Parts lane, dialed a 610. He'll be chasing Todd Piper, who's dialed 730. Piper part of that Piper Racing team. Which includes his dad. And his wife, who's not racing this weekend. They just built a new house and they've been going through all that, trying to get everything sorted out with colors and appliances. And there's a red light start for Brad Johnson. Todd Piper gets the win, advances to the next round. And it's also a double break. Pulling out of Amarillo, Texas. Bright red and black machine you see in the left lane. He's dialed on a 704. Chasing him will be Mr. Prescott Dean out of Olathe, Kansas. 26 years of age and involved in the aerospace industry. Prescott with that blown and injected big block, quicker of the 2 cars, will be chasing, pulling. Prescott on a 664, pulling on a 704. Big head start for pulling. Those drivers pre-stage, getting ready to stage here. Pulling inches in. Dean does his thing. We're ready to go. Pulling, tied together off the starting line. Only 1/1000th different in reaction times. Out the back door, wind line goes to Prescott Dean, 676, 202 miles an hour. Brad Basil out of Hayes, Kansas. Number 1 qualifier, Shonda Blinzler out of Scottsdale, Arizona. Scottsdale, straight north of Phoenix. They get snow in Scottsdale. They don't get snow in Phoenix. Unless there's, something crazy going on. Baskell dialed on a 623. Baskell Baskel dialed 623. Blinzler dialed 623. Blinzler's going to try and hang a wheel on Baskel and ride it out at the big end. Baskel staging last and very slowly. Got the car where he wants it. Wind light goes to Brad Baskel. Check this out. In a top dragster, Baskel just put together a 16 thousandths package. Excuse me, a 26 thousandths package, which is still good. Blinzler breaks out trying to reel him in by 9 thousandths of a second. Baskel got there first, just slammed the door on Blinzler with that 013 reaction time. We need comp eliminator and top sportsman to the lanes, please. Comp eliminator for round number 1, top sportsman for round number 2. And Dave Harrington and Mike Seacrest. Harrington out of the Kansas City area, actually called DeSoto, Kansas, his hometown. 2,900 Seacrest out in front. Harrington trying to goes to Michael Seacrest. 691 with a 9 on that 690 dial. Scott Husey and Jagger Anderson, your next pair here at Top Dragster. Husey from Buffalo, Minnesota. He's a long way from home. 6:45 the dial for Husey. He'll have to wait on Jagger Anderson by about half a second. Anderson out of Brighton, Colorado, dialed 694. Got blown and injected big block in the left lane. Naturally aspirated big block over there in the right lane. And a red light start for Scott Husey, and lots of smoke out of Husey's car on the big end. That did not look good at all. Anderson got the win by way of the red light start from Husey, and at about the 600-foot mark, Husey started huffing and puffing and making a big cloud. Husey still rolling down there at the big end. But he definitely threw some fumes into the atmosphere down there. So we are out checking the track. Give us a moment. We're going to make sure that everything is copacetic. Grab that piece of debris that's floating around out there. But tough luck for Husey. After the red light, adding insult to injury, there was a big puff of something came out of the back of the race car. We got the crew looking to see if there's anything out there on the surface, and we'll get a word from them here in just a moment. They're coming back over the wall, so first indication is that everything's okay. Coming out of the water and up to the starting line. Actually, past the starting line during their burnout. This is Tony Stark and Steve Johnson. Stark out of Denver, Colorado, 2010 undercover machine. On-track performance-sponsored car is dialed in on a 6:43. He'll be chasing Steve Johnson, who's going to have the first crack at the green light. 6:59 the dial for Johnson out of Arvada, Colorado. Sponsored by Fine Line Graphics. Drivers looking for that top stage bulb to come on. There it is for Stark. Here comes Johnson just inching in. Now we're going to fully stage the car. Release the Christmas tree, set him down track. Stark stages first. Johnson pulls in, lights his bottom bulb. Light comes on for Tony Stark by 8 thousandths of a second. What a great race. Stark runs 6:43.3 on a 6:43, had an 018 light. There's a 21 thousandths package. Steve Johnson dialed on a 6:59. He goes 6:59.4, had an 025 light. That's a 29 thousandths package. Win light goes to Tony Stark by only 8 thousandths. Woo! What a race. Stock action. It's round number 3 for these guys. Mike Town and Todd Patterson. Couple of old school super stockers here. Not the cars, I'm talking about the drivers. Mike Town, 66 years of age, is retired. Two Barrel Brothers Racing, 84 Buick Regal. A small block Chevy under the hood, running in GTO automatic with a 1076 dial-in. Chasing him will be Todd Patterson. Todd, the 57-year-old self-employed business owner in the 2009 Camaro. Oh, this is round 2 of the The old timers are tied together on the tree. Win light goes to Todd Patterson, 917-147. Mike Town does 1073.2 and breaks out on his 1076 dial. Patterson showing at number 4 qualification. Man, business. That car's fast, and he is good. Neil Rhodes out of Elizabeth, Colorado, 2008 Cobra Jet Mustang, running in factory GTJ. Carol Warling in the 74 gets the win as Neil Rhodes breaks out. 1060 with a 9 on a 1059 dial. Good run for Carol Warley. Dan Nixon out of Hayes, Kansas, 2014. Factory super stock. Terry Snyder having problems with his 74 Nova. How did this happen? Dan Nixon breaks out and Terry Snyder gets the win. Snyder had a 1.2 second reaction time, ran an 1891 on a 1005 dial and gets the win. There's something you don't see every day. 5 seconds. Jared Swinehart, Troy Ross. Swinehart dialed on a 997, Ross on a 919. Camaro catch the pickup? No, he can't. 10:04, 127. Swinehart gets the win and advances to round number 3 here in Super Stock. You got the Mopar and the Ford coming up alongside each other now. Randy Johnson, the 74 Duster, dialed 1038. Chasing him will be Chad Guilford, the Mustang Cobra Jet. 830, the dial from Chad Guilford. 2 second. Cab start from the Mopar. Win light goes to Randy Johnson. 10:44, 125 for him. Guilford got caught sleeping at the Christmas tree. Johnson gets the win. Guilford gets to pack it up. Tyler Castle, Alvy Merrill. Castle out of Belton, Missouri. 2014 Camaro. 941 the dial. He'll be chasing Alvy in that gorgeous bright orange 68. I really wish the sun was out so that you folks could see how bright this orange car is. It will almost burn your retinas. It is clean, clean, clean. Tyler Castle giving chase this 5th generation Camaro. And Castle gets the win as Merrill breaks out. 942 on a 941 for Castle, and that's going to do it for round number 2 of Super Stock. Guys and gals, looks like we just need to drag our top alcohol dragsters, top alcohol funny cars here to the starting line, as we're going to have them head down track here. Man, these cars are fun to watch, and it is so nice that everybody can come out and join us today here in beautiful Great Bend, SRCA drag strip. Want to remind everybody once again, we are taking donations as we need some help. The City of Great Bend has been approved for a grant to replace the racing surface out here, but we also want to replace the guardrails and reroute some of the wiring here with the timing system and all of that, and our estimated cost is about $250,000, and we are taking donations. Those donations will come with a receipt as it is tax deductible. SRCA Drag Strip is a nonprofit 501c3 corporation, so any contributions you make to the track, they'll give you a receipt and you can deduct that off your taxes. Now, we do appreciate any and all help. If you got a pocket full of loose change, or you got a $5 bill, or maybe you want to write us a check for a couple $100, whatever you want to do, any and all contributions are greatly appreciated. And we're going to start the renovation October 8th here at SRCA Drag Strip. Man, big change in weather, big change in performance. These cars are running so good today, and we're looking to put on a great show for you. we are still trying to load some people up back there in our alcohol cars and get them up here to the starting line. Once again, I do appreciate everybody coming out here and putting up with the wind, the cool weather compared to the last few days. A big thank you to the city of Great Bend for helping us out here. And a huge thanks to the folks down there in the tech department. I know they've been busting their humps down there this weekend with little to no recognition. They're doing a great job under the direction of Mr. Bob Blackwell. Nice to have him here with us. We are missing our division leader, Mr. Rob Park, at home tending to some family health issues. He's spending time with his dad, who had some bad health luck over the last week. And hopefully everything is going well there. I have not talked with Rob and haven't verified, but I understand that his dad's doing better, and we wish him all the best luck. But it's different being here at a divisional race without Rob Park with us. Gosh, I've worked with him since way back in the day. I think I started in '97 with him back there at Kansas City International Dragway. Worked with him clear through 2004, I believe it was. I got stickers. We got 2 stickers for our winner. And Warren was nice enough to hook me up with 2 stickers too for Drag Racer TV. I'm going to put one of these on my Roadrunner. Is that okay with you? They may not stick to my Mopar. He says they stick to Mopars too, but you haven't seen mine. You haven't? No. This car is about 400 pounds lighter than it was from the factory, and I haven't lightened it. Mother Nature has. That's exactly what I was thinking. I can use it to keep the corner panel from flapping in the breeze, and I'm not kidding. It really does flap in the breeze as I drive it down the road. You can see, if you open the trunk to let some light in there, you can see from one quarter panel clear through to the other. Actually, clear through the other, you can see my garage. So yeah, it's got that factory lightweight option. It just took a few years to kick in. Now, I actually picked up that car in Wamego, Kansas back in 1986. It sat in a barn. I got it from the third owner, and he drove it from 1971 through 1976 on gravel roads every day as they built the Jeffrey Energy Center power plant just north of St. Mary's. So all of that, and then it sat in the barn from 76 to 86. It was absolutely filled with vermin, and that's the nicest thing I can say about them. So anyway, we got our top alcohol funny cars at the line, and we're about ready to get things started. But first, before we do that, I'm going to turn the microphone over to our chaplain with Racers for Christ, Mr. Joey Keith. He's going to bring us our invocations. So, ladies and gentlemen, please remove your caps, and I'm going to hand the mic over to Joey.
Thank you. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for today. We're so gracious and thankful that we're here to come and enjoy the day here at the drag strip here at SRCA. Thank you for the amazing staff that supports this place and all those who come behind them with sponsorship and support. Thank you for the NHRA staff as well, who work so hard and tirelessly to help put on these events each and every weekend. And God, we just thank you for a great few days thus far we've had, safety for all of our racers. And this afternoon, God, we ask the same thing. Just keep them all safe on that racetrack. Lord, we thank you for our first responders and all those who serve in our military. God, keep them safe wherever they may be. And right now, as we get set to go racing this afternoon, God, we ask your blessing over this place. Keep us all safe. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you so much, Joey. And folks, let's honor our nation with our national anthem.
Twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the
big thank you to Caden Rowan from Ellenwood, Kansas for his rendition of the Star Spangled Banner. We're going to get right into it here with round number 1, Top Alcohol Funny Car. You know what? This is a special round number 1. It's also the final in Top Alcohol Funny Car. Kyle Smith and Bob McCott in the final here to find out who's going to be who's going to be the funny car champion here at our Lucas Oil Series race. Kyle Smith out of Valley Center, Kansas will be in the Napa Auto Parts lane. It's right orange. 2009 Mustang body machine, 521 cubic inches loaded injected Brad Anderson horsepower. Bob McCosh hails out of Columbia, Missouri, driving the Camaro body machine, 523 Brad Anderson engine. Kyle Smith was your number 1 qualifier with a 570 at 251. Bob McCosh right on his heels with a 573 at 255. It is going to come right down to who has the better reaction time as to who's going to have the win here. McCosh, 4 mile an hour. Kyle Smith, a little quicker car in qualifying. This ought to be a great pair. Hang on to your seats, folks. It's going to be fun to watch. I can't wait to see him with the tailwind, cool air. What do you think? 50s or 60s? I think it's possible. Oh, Smith wagging the dog just a little bit, and Smith gets the win. 563, 256 miles an hour. Ladies and gentlemen, at the finish line, Smith takes the win by only 23 thousandths of a second. I told you it was going to be a great pair racing here at SRCA. Fantastic job. We need super gas to the lanes, please. Super gas to the lanes. Once again, super gas. We need you to the lanes. I believe round number 3 for super gas coming up. Kyle Smith's first ever win and a new track record in mile an hour and ET. Outstanding. Check this out. Kyle Smith gets the ET record at the track. Bob McCosh gets the mile per hour record at the track. They each take home half the record. But Kyle Smith takes home all the win. Records. Aaron Cooper out of Wichita. Here in Top Alcohol Drags. The Mill Hamilton Ford Pro Data sponsored machine in the left lane was your number 3 qualifier with 561. Christine Chambliss, your number 2 qualifier out of Davenport, Iowa, over there in the O'Reilly lane. You'll notice that Aaron Cooper does not have a supercharger on his dragster. Instead, for his power adder, he's using nitromethane. 421 cubic inch injected nitro engine taking on a 471 cubic inch flown and injected methanol engine of Christine Chambliss. Chambliss ran a 564 in qualifying. Aaron Cooper ran a 561 in qualifying. Chambliss ran a 546, not a 564. I'm dyslexic. Aaron Cooper's crew gets away from the car and says, "You're ready to go." Christine Chambliss Christine Chambliss gets over the center line, takes out one of the cones. They were side by side. Christine started moving to the center, moving to the center, moving to the center. Next thing you know, she's kicking cones out. Looks like she's got the car back under control and in her own lane. No problems there, but we're going to have to go out and reset some cones. So scary ride for Christine Chambliss as she really started coming across that center line. Erin Cooper saw her coming and gave her room and still ran a 576 at 197. So Cooper going to the final. Christine Chambliss going to go clean out the seat in her dragster. That was, scary. Once you get out of that racing groove and get onto that center line, there's no traction compound. There's no prep work whatsoever there down the center of the racetrack. And all that does is cause the tire that's got grip on the right-hand side to push it even more to the left. And sure enough, it came over into Erin Cooper's lane. Erin threw out the air brakes and said, "Whoa, Nelly," and did a good job of driving himself to keep the two cars separated. That got my heart beating pretty good. Warren Evans, you got a good look at that too. Did you see how far over the line that Christine Chambliss got? My goodness.
Well, not only did I see it, but Erin Cooper had an eyeball full of it too, because they were wheel to wheel when they got to the 660 mark, and she was drifting left, started bowling for those cones out there, and Erin Cooper, he was on a straight pass. He never lifted or never swayed, and Christine gathered it back up. She's got a few years under her belt driving these cars, but still, at some point you drive the car, and other times the car drives you, and that's what it really looked like there as the car started to drive from the right to the left and got the center line cones, but a little bit of dinging up on some body work, none the worse for wear, and Christine certainly on a wild ride, but Erin gets to go to another final round. He did it at Earlville, his first final round in his career, and gets to do it again as he gets to see James Stevens coming up in the final.
Super gas. We need you to the lanes, please. And Warren Evans, thank you. I appreciate the insight there. That Erin Cooper, this is his second final round this year. So, folks, give us just a couple of minutes here. See, way back in the day, in fact, back when they first ran here at Great Bend, we had actual cones out there to kind of denote, the different areas on the racetrack to give the racers a reference point as to where they were. Well, now we don't use it. We still call them cones, but they're actually cubes. These are styrofoam, or actually a heavy durometer foam that have got a reflector glued to them, and then we glue that foam cube to the racetrack so that it doesn't move. There's a reflector on the inside group. There's actually a light buried in the wall that shoots a beam out there and reflects back, and that's how we get our incrementals as we go down the racetrack on our timing system. We've got one. We need the pickup to move, please, the red pickup. Can we please have that red Chevy pickup truck that's parked next to the black top alcohol dragster? Can we please have you move? Need to have it out of the way. We have to get the rotator through. If you could just please move that to the side just a little bit. We've got to get the rotator through. You can come right back as soon as we're done. I appreciate it, but we've got to get the rotator through there. So Warren kind of surprised me here. He'd never heard the word durometer before. Durometer, when you're referring to rubber or other somewhat soft substances, it's the hardness of the rubber. So in a lot of racing series on dirt, they will actually measure the durometer of the tires, because if they're too soft, they're disqualified. People have been doping the tires and making them soft and sticky. So you learned a new word today. And in doing what we do, durometer is a good word to know. So we got a little bit of cleanup out there, not much. We've just got particulates. We just got to sweep those up. We're going to run the rotator out there and drag things out a little bit. See, when a car gets into that center line, there's some bits and chunks of rubber that have come off the car's tires. And when Christine got across that center line, she got a hold of those little bits and chunks with her sticky tires and threw them all over the place. So we've got just a little bit of cleanup down there, a little sweeping, a little dragging, and we should be ready to go racing here in just a couple of minutes, just as soon as the glue dries on those high durometer foam cones. A wave hello to Dustin Miller down there. Hi, Dustin. Welcome to Great Bend. Car's looking good, man. Looks like we have the cubes, aka the cones, glued back in place. They've got them set properly. And we actually have the man here who invented those reflective cones in the tower. Mr. Olin Gotcher used to sell these things to the NHRA and whoever else would buy them. That was his idea. Because if you hit an actual plastic traffic cone with a top alcohol, well, they're going to have to use the high-tack glue today. As the wind just blew the cones away. But if you actually use a traffic cone out there, it'll wipe out the front end of a funny car. These things here will somewhat disintegrate and leave the cars pretty much intact. Although I've seen them knock the pipes off the side of an engine. That was something else. Those things just took off and blew away. A huge apology to James Stevens and his crew. Karen up here was mistaken. It was a different truck we needed to have moved. I'm sorry, folks. She told me to move the truck. You guys can go back, pull up next to your race car. That was entirely mine. We were trying to move the white truck that's down there parked in the way of the rotator. I got bad information from Karen and Margaret. Well, once we get back to racing, hey, you may want to pull up your cellular device. Maybe you've got a tablet or just on your cell phone. If you have a device that can log into Wi-Fi or has some kind of internet access today, be sure and check out Drag Racer TV, as we are live. Warren Evans doing several sportsman races this year. Warren, how many total races is Drag Racer TV covering?
We've got 39 on the schedule this year, so for a lot of racers, this is their last weekend of the year, but not for me. I still have 9 more weekends to go.
Well, I think it is really cool. This is the first time I actually sat down and worked with you at an event to see how you put this all together. You've got 4 different cameras that monitor the racetrack from 4 different angles, and you move through those cameras as you broadcast. And along with one of those feeds on the cameras, you also have the display from the CompuLink timing system. So you get to see the reaction times and the names and the incrementals of all the racers and the cars that go down the track on every pass. That's a lot of information for the racers out there. Number one, you get to show your friends and family, hey, look how quick the car went. Number 2, if you're a racer in one of these super classes or if you're running in stock or super stock, it's nice to know what your opponent's doing. You can keep track of them as well. You think that's one of probably the biggest selling points of Drag Racer TV?
Well, I think that the timing system information on the screen is what makes us unique from anybody else. And you're right in that for a casual race fan, they may not understand what those numbers are when they first look at them, but as the day progresses and they see those increments happen on the screen, they start to understand a little bit about what happens at each and every point on the track. And so when we talk about breaking out and package and that kind of thing over the PA, now they have visual evidence to tie it up with that. And I do know that racers use this as an information tool as they're studying their opponents. You know, a guy like a Jimmy DeFrank, 5-time world champion, when he's not on the track, he's going back to Drag Racer TV and he's watching previous runs by his opponent so he can gather information about what his opponent's going to do as they go down the track. So it's great information. And you know, most sports these days are really statistically driven. You know, stick and ball sports, for example, all the fantasy leagues that go along with that, they're, you know, yards per catch and yards after the catch and all those kinds of things. Well, our sport is a numbers driven sport as well. So having that timing system information to gather and compile and analyze, not only for your runs, because a lot of people go back and watch their own run too and see what the car might have done, not only visually by watching the video, but watching the incrementals as they pop up on the screen as well. They can get a better handle on their car and try to work on their program and figure out where they're strong and where they need some help. So it's something that we do that nobody else does, and I think, especially for the racer itself, it's a very valuable piece of information.
Also valuable to the newcomer or the casual race spectator. It kind of gives them more insight as to what is actually going on. You know, what do why are index cars different than, say, stock or super stock? And what is a dial-in? And you know, heads-up cars, who's going to run heads-up? You know, you can look at this screen and get that information there and become more familiar with it. And at that point, becoming more familiar, you're more confident. Maybe you want to bring your own car out and enjoy it now that you understand what's going on. So you can actually broaden your base with Drag Racer TV by bringing more racers in, by showing them what is going on, getting them learned in the drag racing experience. Well, we are just about done with cleanup out there. We're waiting on the silicone to dry so that the cones don't blow away again and we don't have to chase them. It's late in the week and these people do not like running to chase the cones as they're blowing down the track. So we're going to go to the designer of those cones and find out if we can figure out a better way of sticking them to the track so they don't blow away. And Owen says, no, I'm not responsible for sticking them to the track. Well, we just got word from Owen Gotcher that the best adhesive to use for these things is just plain old silicone. So here at SRCA Drag Strip, we've got a little fundraiser going on, trying to replace the guard walls and move and replace the timing system and wiring and all that stuff when we do the resurface here. See, we've got a grant to replace the actual racing surface. What we need are all the other little knickknacks and doodads tidied up to go along with it, including continuous guard walls per NHRA spec. And Tim Parker, thank you so much. He donated his earnings from yesterday for the LODRS Motorsports Supercom Shootout. Thank you so much. Another $50 in the till. All we're waiting on right now is for the adhesive to dry so that our cones don't blow away. So bear with us. It's kind of cool and windy. All right. Looks like we're just about ready to go. You know, waiting on glue to dry is about as much fun as waiting on paint to dry. Just coming from a guy who works in a
series fuel pumps equal big, badass car power. With 250 and 420 gallon per hour models, you'll never worry about fuel supply again. An aerospace Teflon seal, stainless valve seat, and 10-vein steel pump element gives precise, controlled, and reliable flow. And a built-in adjustable relief valve provides stable pressure under the most demanding conditions, pass after pass. Finally, a car pump that's worth what you pay.
Racers, when it is time for your next race trailer, built the way you want without compromise, look no further than Vintage Trailers. Troy Stone and the entire Vintage team has been in the custom race car trailer business for over 27 years, and for over 22 years racing alongside you using the products they build and sell. Vintage Trailers can put you in exactly the right equipment, whether it's with living quarters, bath facilities, traditional rig, or a stacker, with over 24 designs in-house or built to your specifications. No matter what the need for you, your team, or your entire race operation, Vintage Trailers has what you need. Just look for the slime green rig at the next race to see the quality, vintage manufactured custom stacker, or check them out on the web at vintagetrailers.com. Vintage Trailers, quality by design.
Whoa, big boy. I thought the dyno said this car was supposed to fly. How do your service and parts departments perform? For a free evaluation, call us 412-651-2356.
What? 150 light? I thought you said you could drive.
How is your response to your customers? For a free evaluation, call us 412-651-2356.
Racing is a risky sport. Don't take risks with your racing operation. On or off the track, protection from LODRS Motorsports Insurance is not a risk. Get your quote today at LODRS Motorsports Insurance.
One final fling for one epic year. Peter Biondo and Kyle Seipel return to Las Vegas for an unprecedented fourth fling in 2020. The Fall Fling West, presented by Rad Torque Systems, is racers' chance to run for big money at the Strip at Las Vegas Motor Speedway this October. $10,000 to win Friday, $50,000 to win Saturday, and $10,000 to win on Sunday. A $100,000 to win 64-car shootout on Thursday. Gate entries are welcome to both Pro and Super Pro. Pro will run separate until there is one remaining. Race for $10,000, $50,000, and $10,000 for only $690. Text the word Vegas to 74121 for event updates. The Fall Fling West. Fabulous Las Vegas. Race it. Experience it.
Racers, when it is time for your next race trailer, built the way you want without compromise, look no further than Vintage Trailers. Troy Stone and the entire Vintage team has been in the custom race car trailer business for over 27 years, and for over 22 years racing alongside you using the products they build and sell. Vintage Trailers can put you in exactly the right equipment, whether it's with living quarters, bath facilities, traditional rig, or a stacker, with over 24 designs in-house or built to your specifications. No matter what the need for you, your team, or your entire race operation, Vintage Trailers has what you need. Just look for the slime green rig at the next race to see the quality, vintage manufactured custom stacker, or check them out on the web at vintagetrailers.com. Vintage Trailers, quality by design.
Looks like we've got it taped down. We're taping down the other one as we lost 2 cones earlier. We're going to break out the Gorilla tape, secure the blocks at the 8th mile per hour and 8th mile ET mark. get dehydrated today. That wind will wick the moisture right out of your skin. So be sure to drink plenty of water. Or we do have Powerade over here at the concession stand. Stay hydrated. I know my lips are kind of dry, so I got myself an ice cold drink from down there at the concession stand. If you've got a cooler back of your truck, can't make it there, stop on by the concession stand, grab something there. Are you okay? We had a little spill down here in the grandstands. Looks like he's all right. He's smiling. He's up and around, walking around. He's turning red. All right, we are just about ready. We are clearing the scoreboards. Going to bring up our buy run in our alcohol dragster category. Coming up now, James Stevens out of Gothenburg, Nebraska. Blown and injected. 471 cubic inch Hemi. Stevens got the bye run into the final where he will face Aaron Cooper, and it should be a good pair. And if Stevens can put together a decent pass here, he's got a good chance of having lane choice. We need all winners. Please return to the lane. All winners to the lanes, please. All winners in all classes that are still in competition. We need you to the lanes, please. It is a bit breezy. James Stevens. Drag Racer TV cameras, a little cattywampus down there. The wind hasn't listening to port. Start. James Stevens, staged and ready. Stevens just absolutely wads the tires up, kicks it out of gear, and coasts. And you know what? That's important right there. Lane choice. Stevens no longer has a shot at lane choice. Aaron Cooper, after that somewhat wild ride of his, will have lane choice going into the final against James Stevens. Now that we have just a quiet moment here, I want to invite all of our winners to return to the lanes, please. All winners, please return to the lanes. comes comp eliminator. This is round number 3 of comp or round number 2 of comp? This is round number 2 of comp. 1? Round 1, comp eliminator coming at us. Smiley out of Denver City, Texas, 2009 Pontiac GXP. This is an ex-Pro Stock car Jason Line used to have. And Terry Teasel driving 2010 GXP. This car was built in Topeka, Kansas by Jerry Tolley. Terry out of Lawrence, runner-up in Topeka in 2013, runner-up in Topeka in 2016, and he won in Tulsa in 2017 at the Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series event. Clark Smiley currently holds the and he pulls the plug early, giving Terry Teasel the win, and he advances to round number 2. Problems for Clark Smiley with the blown small block double B altered. Something was not to his liking, and he shut it off early. Or the car said, I don't want to run anymore. One or the other. Steve Pascal out of Augusta, Kansas, in the red dragster over there in the Napa Auto Parts lane, running on a 799 Ciacano altered index. Don Thomas out of Amarillo, Texas, running against the B Econo Dragster 749 index. Now, comp eliminator is one of the most, it should be complicated eliminator, because it's one of the most hard to describe categories in the NHRA. Through a system of ciphering, that's the best word I can use, the NHRA comes up with an index for the package that you are driving, like a Ciacano Dragster. NHRA says, based on what the cars have run, the class index will be 799. And for the B Econo Dragster, class index will be 749. The object is to beat your opponent to the finish line after a staggered start of the starting line index. There is no breakout in comp eliminator. If you get to the finish line first, you win. 741, 177 for Steve Pascal. If you take the stripe by too much and go way under, like I think it's 1.1 seconds under the index. 1.51 under? Oh, 51 under. If you go 51 under, you get hit with a competition index correction, the CIC, and they'll change your index on you for the next round. In drag races with the NHRA since 1994, I still do not fully comprehend complicated eliminator. Christine Harris. Harris at the wheel, the 2005 Pontiac Grand Am. Brought to you by those fine folks at W&H Manufacturers. Matt is proud to say that Christine is his sister. I'm not entirely sure that Christine even recognizes that. Out of Littleton, Colorado, Christine finished 8th in Division 5 on the Lucas Oil Series last season. And they're pushing her back off the starting line after she took the tree. So she's going to save it for the next round. Small block Chevy with a single 4-barrel carburetor, automatic transmission. Index for Siacano Dragster is 796. Matt Harris in the D Altered, that's a stick shifted 2005 Grand Am with a slightly bigger 316 cubic inch small block Chevy. He was your Division 5 champ in Comp Eliminator last year. So Matt Harris, running on an 837 index, will have the first opportunity at a green light. 796, the index for Barry Forrester. The difference between the two indexes will be the difference between the two green lights at the starting line. Harris's tree will come down first, Forrester's will come down next. Then they'll run them out the back door, and whoever hits the finish line first wins. Except Barry Forrester forgot the memo about going down the track. Not sure what happened there. If he had a technical glitch. But the car is broke at the starting line. Tough luck for them. Hopefully they get that thing fixed for their next race. I've had something similar happen to me. Broke my throttle cable. The car won't go if it doesn't have a throttle cable. Sometimes it's a $3 part. Puts you out for the weekend. All right, guys and gals, that's going to do it for Comp Eliminator round number 1. I'm going to step out of here for just a second, take just a short break, put the mic in the very competent hands of Mr. Warren Evans. Warren, thank you for joining me this weekend.
Well, it's my pleasure. Happy to be a part of it. Breakouts we get here. These conditions you back to the lanes. If you're still in competition, we need you back to the lanes, all winners in all classes. Firestone turns it red by 007. That's not going to help his world championship aspirations. Will not help. Matt Driscoll, 003 on the tree, 686 at 200 miles an hour. Firestone, after the red light start, shuts it off early, goes 912 at 86. Jeremiah Mandeventer and J.J. Heber. They'll get set now. Mustangs a pair. If you like the blue open, here you go, left and right. Both of them. Mustangs, both of them. Ford Power. Mandeventer out of Fairfield, Nebraska. Heber out of Centennial, Colorado. 665 was his qualifying number. 664 is his dial-in for J.J. Heber. Vandementer has picked up some performance. He thinks he's going to go 678. Head start left side here in the Napa lane for the Husker Power Products machine. Right side for Kearney Garage. He sits on the O'Reilly side. He'll be the chaser. Once again, all winners, all classes. If you're still in competition, we've got a spot for you here in the staging lanes. Bring them on up. Green lights, pairs ahead down track. Which Mustang's going to get the job done? Mandeventer. He is down on the ring, 678. 678. 016 on the tree. That was better as well. J.J. Heber a little bit behind and then broke out. Getting down there first, but breaking out like 300ths of a second at 196. Heber crosses first, but win light for Jeremiah Vandementer. Jeff Sutherland now. That classically styled Oldsmobile Compass. Been a race fan for a long time. You'll recognize that sleek body style, as that was the dominant piece. Pro stock, super gas, comp eliminated for years and years. And here's one of the best looking ones in the business right now, Jeff Sutherland's 98 Oldsmobile Compass. Bow-tie power under the hood for the runner out of Andover, Illinois. He's down to 761. The black car gets to go first. Larry Demers over on the right side out of Carroll, Iowa. He is a former U.S. Nationals champion as well and top sportsman. Demers trying to go 729. 2 thou apart at the starting line. Great drag race. Win light's going to flash for Jeff Sutherland. He is 2 over. 763 on his 761. Thousandths of a second, the black car goes on to round number 3 for Jeff Sutherland. Jeff Staub will be backing up right now. Firebird has not been at the bottom of the qualifying sheet this weekend, but he is on the sheet. 775 is his performance projection. He'll be backing up here on the left. Right side, they call it Darth Vader. Kyle Firestone's 51 Chevrolet Bel Air out of Belma, Oklahoma. He went the all-motor route here with a little bit of nitrous. His previous combination, 330 cubic inch turbo Chevrolet, and it would run quick as well, but this is a little easier to predict. Just turn on the blue bottle and let go of the button. Hang on. Firestone 676. He'll be chasing down Jeff Staub's 775 dial. So 2 bulbs on the Christmas tree, or 1 second handicap start. Goes to the gray car on the left. So Firestone will be back. Red light start for Jeff Staub. 003 on the wrong side of the tree for Staub. 773 at the finish line and 178. The upside is for Staub, that's his best pass of the weekend, but does it in a losing effort. Kyle Firestone, 707 at 190. Stop's been looking for performance all weekend just to get into the category. But Top Sportsman now complete. We roll right into Super Gas. The 1005 cars getting set to pull up right now. Last category, they got to pick their number. This time the number is picked for them. 1005 cars. Lay down there, get your opponent. Don't go quicker than 1005. That's the objective. Didn't have any double breakouts that time. Now it's time to see if that trend changes. We're sitting on 54 total double breakouts. But I tell you what, conditions were right for everybody to go under today. 20 degrees difference, humidity almost zero, wind change. How about winning on the double breakout? Get to set the meter one more time. 10:02 beats a 10:01. McClure breaks out by 3. Walter breaks out by 4. McClure advances. Well, just want to pass along some more information about our fundraiser here. Our good friend Bob, runner-up in alcohol funny car today, took his winnings and has donated graciously back to the track. So thank you, Bob. Sunday, for doing that. Very much appreciated. Bob, a supporter of this race and this track, told me last week he was going to come here. He had several choices, decided to come here. And for him, he didn't make the trip, and equally gracious of you to return those winnings. Mark Philbrick for the win, 10:06 and 1:62. Kevin Burnett and Jim Rodcap coming up now. The 62 Ferrari left side, alongside the guy that was number 2 in the world last year. Runner-up in Super Gas. Burnett out of Parker, Colorado. Jim Rod from Willis, Texas. Will it be the classic Ferrari? Will it be the Corvette? Tom Hanks says it's going to be the Corvette for the win. He had the starting line advantage, 18 to a 34. Goes down there and goes 10:07.2 at 1:57. For Kevin Burnett, 10:07.1 at 1:50. The cap is your winner. Stump jump coming at you right now, Tim Nicholson. That's a fun ride. You know it? It's fun to watch. It's so different. The Professor Tim Nicholson over here at a Concordia, Kansas. Kansas Camaro. Banging the gears in there. Got a tough customer, the old lady, the old Scoutlady. Not intimidated. Both of them have been top 10 finishers. And how about this for Tim Nicholson? He is your winner, 10:08 at 100 miles an hour. Dumping him down there. Vern Rowland, 56 miles an hour faster at the finish line. Think about that. You're standing by the highway. Somebody goes by you at 56 miles an hour. That's what happened. Vern Rowland, better on the starting line, 13 to an 18. Guess what? He broke out trying to get there. Win light comes on for Tim Nicholson. Roger Knapp, Jeremy DeMars coming up now. Absolutely on the left side. And Corvette right. And Jeremy DeMars getting it done, 10:15 and 1:51. He was a 10th off at the finish line, but guess what? Roger Knapp got down there, gobbled it up, broke out by 5, 10 flat at 1:31, so Knapp is out. DeMars goes on to the next round. All winners in all classes. Please return to the staging lanes, and if you win your round matchup, bring them right back up to the lane so we can keep running here and get A number 3 finished up here at SRCA Drag Strip. A little bit of track prep going on out there as we got the rotator out there, running the brush, dragging the tires out there. That is to clean out any debris that may be on the track and then race here. Happy to have you. Appreciate the fact that you supported this track and this race this weekend. We're very, very happy to have put on a good race for you. Look forward to having you back here next year or anytime you can make your way back to SRCA Dragster. Those of you who have not heard, we need to have all winners please report to the staging lanes. If you just won your last round, you're still in competition. You need to be in the staging lanes now. It looks like we've got motorcycles, Super Street, Stock, and Super Stock down there ready to go. As we are making our way through. Well, I just looked at the weather radar, and I'm glad we are in west central Kansas because northeast Kansas right now is getting torrential precipitation. I don't use the R word. Bob told me never use the R word. I learned good. But the teacher is questionable. That is correct, sir. Super comp. We're missing 2 cars in the lane. Super comp, we're missing 2 cars. We need to have you, please. All right, here we go. Sportsman motorcycle coming at you. And that is a fast hat that just blew off her head. Phil Yates out of Wichita taking on Robert Beaker. Beaker out of Lorraine, Kansas. Dialed 935. He'll get to have his opportunity at the Christmas tree first. Phil Yates out of Wichita, the railroad guy. As far as I know, there's only 2 railroads in Kansas, Union Pacific and Burlington Northern Santa Fe. Wonder which one he works for. We're off and running. And problems for Phil Yates right out of the gate. And Robert Beaker breaks out. Beaker breaks out, and Phil Yates having problems just getting the bike to the finish line. He's like, I think I can, and gets the win. Margin of victory, 7.66 seconds. Yates advances to round number 3. Warren, we've seen some crazy things happen over there at the finish line this weekend, but we had like an 8-second margin of victory and a 7-second margin of victory. Both of them are due to breakouts at the big end. How does that happen? Well, they need to install a rear view mirror for most of them, or at least look around. That would be very helpful.
Maybe they could just tune into Drag Racer TV. Have that in their helmet on a heads-up display? How about that?
If they did that, they'd figure it out 45 seconds later because that's how much delay there is. When the next pair run, they'll figure out that they should have looked back in their
They will have a reminder 45 seconds later of what they just did. John Fitzpatrick and Patrick Loretto. So Fitzpatrick out of Wichita, dial 956 will be off the line first. Patrick Rowetta also out of your brand new, shining NHRA Division 5 bike champ goes 8:57. Hey, wait a minute, we got a double breakout. You better hit the clicker. John Fitzpatrick breaks out with a 9:40 on a 9:56 dial. Rowetta, a lot closer, goes 8:57 on an 8:68. And advances to the next round here in motorcycle. Mike Voss, our class sponsor out of Maplewood, Minnesota, 2014 Kawasaki ZX14. 919 this now. He's off and running. Bo Drexler, who's been fighting gremlins all weekend long, but just seems to keep going rounds, off and running as well. Wind light goes in a double breakout. Bo Drexler, 8:21.0 on an 8:23, breaks out by exactly 2/100ths of a second. Mike Voss breaks out by 7.5 hundredths. That's the thing, right? 7.5 hundredths. Nick Cummett out of Westminster, Colorado, 1990 ZX9, down 8:21 in the Napa Auto Parts lane. His opponent this round is William Homuth. Homuth out of Hampshire, Illinois. Up there just off of I-80 in West Central Illinois. Getting down to the big end of the racetrack, what's going to happen? We're going to have ourselves another click on the clicker as we got a double breakout. Comet runs closer to the dial, 8:11, 159 miles an hour. That's going to do it for motorcycles. Going to bring up stock eliminator. Should be round 3 for stock, and it looks like we got one of those big bad Mopar muscle cars coming up. Stock eliminator firing up and moving out of the water box to the finish line. Excuse me, to the starting line. Getting ahead of myself here. '71 Dodge Challenger 446 pack machine. Take this thing to a Mecum auction, you're looking at a $100,000 car. This is Dwayne Scheitman out of Brighton, Colorado. 440 cubic inch romping, stomping, big block Mopar, former Division 5 stock champ. Former Division 5 Super Pro champ. He's got the bye this round due to an odd number of cars remaining in our stock eliminator category. Style 1116 as a test and tune run. This is basically a time trial for him. It's going to put him in the next round with another victory. He runs it out the back door. I was kind of expecting him to go quick, but wow, that's real quick. 10:20 at 1:29. Picked up over a tenth from his qualifying time from a day ago. Scheitman getting ready to go into the next round, where he may face one of these guys. I don't have the ladder in front of me. Take a look later. Mike Renzi taking on Bob Swan. A couple of bad boy muscle cars here. Renzi, the 392 Hemi powered 2010 Challenger, dialed 979. He'll be chasing Bob Swan in the C Automatic 1967 Shelby GT 500. He gets the win as Renzi cannot keep the car on the starting line long enough. And he turns it red. Wind light to Bob Swan, 1062, 123 miles per hour. Monty Jones in the Camaro, dialed 1131 out of Osceola, Nebraska. And Chuck Rose out of South Sioux City, Nebraska. A couple of Cornhuskers going at it here in round number 3 of Stock Eliminated. G automatic car dialed 1131, the E automatic car dialed 1109. They are very close at the 1,000-foot mark at the timers. It is Chuck Rose with an 11:10.0 on the 11:09 dial. 10 plus 12 equals 22. He was 22 thousandths of a second from being absolutely perfect on that pass. And that'll give you a round win from time to time. Chuck Rose advances to round number 4. Bobby Devine out of Cozad, Nebraska. Monty Jones Racing Machine, 64 Nova, purple car you see here in the left lane, dial 1347. Going to have a 4.5 second head start over Mike St. Clair. St. Clair drove the Jet Mustang, waiting and waiting and waiting, pulling the trigger. And the factory stock A drove the Jet Mustang. Win light goes to Mike St. Clair. He runs 9:05.2 on the 9:05 dial-in. Bobby Devine breaks out by 3 thousandths of a second. 13:46.7 on a 13:47 dial. Brad Burton finished number 1 last year in Division 5. Stock Eliminator, got himself a factory stock C Cobra Jet Mustang. He's now 963, chasing Darrell Goheen. This is pretty much Darrell's home track, and he just got beat on his home track by Scott Burton. 968, 123 miles an hour for Burton. He advances to the next round. Jeremy Romero and Dick Gary. Romero out of Littleton, Colorado, 1070 the dial for his 98 Pontiac Firebird. C automatic car. Dick Gary running his I automatic, bright yellow, 1972 Camaro. 305 cubic inch small block. Actually, I think it's probably either somebody has flipped the last 2 numbers and it's supposed to be a 350, or maybe it's a 307 and we just couldn't read their handwriting. Double breakout, win light goes to Jeremy Romero, 1069.9 on a 1070. Missed it by 1/1000th of a second. Dick Gary goes 1162 on an 1166, misses it by 400ths. That's going to do it for this round of Stock Eliminator. We're going to move into Super Street. Super Street, our 1105 index category this weekend. Going to have that beautiful 1968 Chevelle coming to the line. Absolutely my favorite year of Chevelle. Love the 68s. Shane Herman out of La Crosse, Kansas. 540 cubic inch big block paired up with Brittany DeVore, young lady over there in the GMC pick him up truck. Both drivers off and running. It's too close to come at this point. Who can drive the finish line the best? Double breakout victory. The young lady, Brittany DeVore, gets the win. 11:04.7 on that 11:04 index. She advances to the next round. Those of you who might be interested, my little clicker says we have 60 double breakouts today. Andrew Withers and Randy Helzer. Withers out of Pratt, Kansas, 69 Camaro. Beautiful black you can see here. in the Napa Auto Parts lane. The Mustang of Randy Helzer over there in the O'Reilly lane, giving chase, and he can't catch him. 11:08, 127 for Andrew Withers. That was all on the starting line for Withers. He had a big head start. Craig Butler out of Tecumseh, Kansas, the Citation notchback. Wade Samuel out of Morrison, the 65 Chevelle. Has that Stealth Bomber paint job. Winlight in another double breakout. It's Craig Butler, 11:049 on that 11:05 index. Good win for him. Wade Samuel had a brilliant 013 reaction to green, but ran it out the back door a little too hard and breaks out by 25 thousandths of a second. Big Richard Cantrell out of Carbondale, Kansas. You see his dad, Dale, down there helping him out with his 64 Falcon. Paired up with Dave Ash. Ash, a frequent flyer at Super Street. Driving his 92 Chevy Camaro. Going to take it all the way down to the big end, figure out the winner. It's going to be Dave Ash, 11:06, 140 mile an hour. Cantrell breaks out by 4 thousandths of a second. Cantrell had a 30 thousandths advantage on the starting line. Had a 52 thousandths advantage at the stripe. Breaks out by 4 thousandths. Scott Gordine out of Bennington, Kansas, 78 Noble, 505 cubic inch big block. I can guarantee you one thing on this pass: we will not have a double breakout. $11.056 on an 11:05 index. Scott Gordine showing he's got the car dialed in. Hey guys and gals, due to a weather problem, in fact it's called wind, the regular door downstairs here in the base of the tower where you pick up your paychecks, we're going to lock that door because it's blowing open and it's going to rip the door off the hinges. Come in through the side door of the garage, the service garage on the back side. Come in through that door to pick up your checks, please. Super stock coming at you here. Jared Swiner's got a buy. And I think Mr. Evans would like to take a shot here at Superstock.
Superstock rolling up. Jared Swinehart, my buddy, from GPE Competition Starters. He has been a supporter of Drag Racer TV. All of our sponsors that have supported us throughout the year, and especially this weekend. Got a couple of new sponsors this weekend that we don't typically have. BRC Fabrication. That's Matt Wolverton and his operation. I'm sorry, that's not right. Chris Wolverton. And the Fall Fling, West Coast style. Kyle and Peter's race out on the West Coast in Las Vegas coming up next month. With them supporting this weekend's activities, along with Maurice Motorsports Insurance, RaceSponsorships.net, 1320 Bishop's Performance, Crew Chief Pro, Ultronics, Moser Engineering, Vintage Trailers, Weldon High Performance, Service Department Solutions, DMP Awnings, and Lucas Oil. All of them helping out to bring you this weekend's live coverage on Drag Racer TV. here. Again, all winners in all classes. You should be in the lanes. If you're not there, we need you now. All winners, all classes to the lanes. Copo's a pair coming up now. Tyler Castle left side, the factory Superstock H machine. 396 Chevrolet power. Reward bumpers. Stanfield built power. Right side, Todd Patterson. And you know, he's the guy that did the machine work himself on this Patterson Elite machine. Right side, the 40th anniversary of Patterson Performance. 906 on Wheels up for him. Tyler Castle. 941 up on the scoreboard. Finish line says it's going to be a 941-1 at 142. Dead one for Tyler Castle. Todd Patterson was ahead at the starting line and runs over 907-1 on the 906. So margin of victory between the two Camaros winds up being .0011 or 11/10,000ths, or about the width of the bumper at the finish line. Tough way to end the weekend there for Todd Patterson. But Tyler Castle, your number one qualifier, keeps hanging in there to go on to the next round. So Super Stock in the books. Now it's time for Super Comp to roll up. Super Comp cars getting set to pull up. Looks like, if my count is right, 1, 2, 3. 5 Super Comp cars. Wait for their opportunity here. So we'll cut it from 5 to 3. One of the 5, Gary Stennett, number 6 in the world last year from Emporia, Kansas. No time trials. Rolled in this morning. Rolled it out of the transporter. The number he didn't have to put the number on. It's already on the scoreboard. 905. The number he's trying to hit. Guess what? He's still playing. Dave Crawford alongside, the runner out of Mesa, Arizona. Looking to get into the semifinals. The Stennett guy, he's pretty good. That's what I've heard. He's all right. All right. I guess I didn't see all these Super Comp cars back please. Hey, it's a double breakout. Kevin Burnett, 9:04.2 at 165. He's better on the breakout. Chuck Bray breaks out by 6 as he goes 8:99.1 at 173. We are at 63 double breakouts. We might get triple digits before it's all over with. Vern Rowland, left side. Top 10 runner last year in the world. Alongside Steve Evans. Nice and calm. Green. Over on the right side, and then he goes 9:01 and 183. Steve Evans, your winner. On, yes, you guessed it, the double breakout. Vern Rowland turns it red by 004 and then goes 9:01 at the finish line. One more, Landon Stahlbomber gets to pull up now. He'll get the single into the next round as we cut the field in half once again. Once again, all winners in all categories. We need you back to the lanes. All winners in all categories. We're in round robin mode. Get them up here and let's get them running. .60 at 159. Nice lap for Landon, and he will be back for another round of competition. We're going to do a little bit of brushing out there on the racing surface itself. Again, all winners, we need you back to the lanes. All winners. Super Gas, you should be there, and if you're not, we need you to lanes 2 and 3. Again, all winners in all categories. This is your open invitation to return to the lanes. If you win your round, bring it right back up. We'll put you right back in and send you down the track. And Ron Ward finished with his treats from the concession stand. It was delicious, wasn't it? Yeah, I highly recommend the walking taco. But Ron, your turn to tell us about Top Dragster.
Thank you so much for helping out here, Warren. And before we get into Top Dragster, and while we have a quiet moment while we're doing the cleanup on the track, I want to remind all of our racers that if you've got money coming to you, Alex has the door shut, the front door down here at the base of the tower, because the wind is trying to take the door off the hinges. She went ahead and locked that just so that we don't damage the door. If you have money coming, either from yesterday or the day before or today, because we still have some checks left over, come in through the back door where the service door is there for the garage, and come in through the back door to get your payout down at the base of the tower. Alex said, please don't try to come through the front door. It's going to be locked, and she doesn't want to break the door off the hinges. And this wind is howling through here. And Bob McCosh, a huge thank you. Bob won $1,500 today, and he gave it all back to help put the new walls up here at SRCA Drag Strip. These racers are giving away their money. Wow. Actually, they're not giving it away. They're helping a cause. There's a difference. There's a difference. And it's actually going to be an investment, because those walls are going to be up there for a long time. The timing system is going to be here for a long time, and they'll get to enjoy them along with the rest of the racers out here, as we are trying to raise an additional $250,000 to help with the repaving of the racing service here at SRCA Drag Strip. See, the City of Great Bend, they've been approved for a federal grant, to replace the racing surface here at SRCA Drag Strip from the starting line all the way down to the return road turnoff. And construction is going to start here in just a couple of weeks. October 8th, they're going to start tearing this up and getting it resurfaced. However, due to the conditions of the grant, they can't use any of that money for the removal and replacement of the timing system or the starting line or prep work to the new surface. We also need to install NHRA spec approved national event eligible continuous guard walls as an added safety feature. Why? Well, our valued participants are going down the track much faster and faster and faster every year. We want a safer wall out there for the facility. Now the SRCA is requesting a little help from spectators, racers, and crew because the added expenses on top of the money that we're getting for the grant is about $250,000. The board needs to raise these funds so the work can be completed in time for the 2021 season. The Sunflower Rod and Custom Association is a nonprofit 501c3 corporation, and any and all donations that are made are fully tax deductible. Donors will receive a tax deductible donation receipt. You can visit us on Facebook or check us out at srcadragstrip.com. We're also taking donations down at the t-shirt trailer where they have one black $5 t-shirt left, I might add. Or you can contact Mr. Doug Ray at area code 620-672-8111. Once again, that's Doug Ray at 620-672-8111. Please help us out here, folks. We're getting closer. Every little bit counts. Well, the $5 shirt that I saw earlier is definitely gone. I don't know if the wind took it or if somebody bought it. But we got a big goose egg of those left, right? There's 0. Also, a special thank you to Scott Burton, Mike Morehouse, Dennis Hay, and Craig Butler. These racers stepped up and donated their paychecks and cash back to SRCA. And George Slatton, thanks for the donation from the George Trust. Just check the weather. The weatherman says the wind's supposed to pick up a little bit today. He finally got the forecast correct. I understand back home it's rather wet with high winds and lots of precipitation. And I get to drive back into that tonight. Fun, fun, fun. Owen says it's 82 and sunny in Dallas. So if you're headed that direction, you got clear skies ahead of you. Also, we're putting down a little bit of track prep. And a good point made. Chris up here saying the wind's taking about half of it, keeping it off the racing surface. I think that's probably why Bobby is driving so slow, is to give the traction compound some kind of an opportunity to find its way down to the racetrack before it gets blown into the next county. That's going to do it for track prep. We need our drivers in our cars suited up and ready to rock and roll. Looks like they are ready. We have got top dragster coming at you here. Round number 3. 5 cars remaining. 1, 2, 3, 4. 6 cars remaining. Quarterfinal action. These guys are in the money. And don't forget, payouts downstairs in the tower, but don't use the front door. Go around and come in through the side where the service entrance is in the back there. Poor Alex was down there trying to deal with the door trying to come off the hinges and everything blowing around every time somebody opened the door. First pair here, round number 3, going to be Tony Stark. Stark dialed on a 639, Anderson on a 693. Anderson will have the first opportunity at clean Christmas tree. Tony Stark entering in, lighting the pre-stage green. Jagger Anderson follows suit. Both drivers bumping in, bumping in. Here we go. Tony Stark in hot pursuit. Win light goes to Jagger Anderson, 693.1. Equal. A 21 thousandths package for Jagger Anderson. Tony Stark had a better reaction time. Fell off the pace by about 0.07 of a second. Prescott Dean out of Olathe up for a bye this round. For some reason I thought we had 6 cars. It appears we have 7. Dean dialed in on a 664. Prescott Dean on a buy run absolutely kills the tree. 697 on that 664 dial. Or excuse me, 679 on that 664 dial. Brad Bascom out of Hayes, Kansas, 2,006 undercover machine. 623 the dial in the Napa Auto Parts lane. His opponent here in round number 3 is none other than Todd Piper. Piper out of St. George, Kansas. I believe we have 3 drag racers here from St. George this weekend. And St. George is a little teeny tiny town. There might be 800 people there. Most of them are at the racetrack this weekend. Piper with a 632 cubic inch big block. St. George right along the back. Runner, here comes Baskel. Wind light goes to Baskel, 624, 206 miles an hour. David Unis. Hooker harness seat belts machine. Dialed 620 here in the Napa Auto Parts lane. Unis with that blown and injected 538 cubic inch big block Chevrolet. He'll be chasing Michael Secret. Unis has a different way of staging than I've seen other drivers do. Because of the lurching of the blown engine, he stages from way back. He'll roll clear in one fell swoop and take the beam. Just like that, waits on his opponent, Mike Secret. Oh, and he deep stage. And Unis saying, you know, I've got some issues with the car. We're going to let Mike Sechrist have the win here. Congratulations, Mike. Hope you do well in the quarterfinals. Moving into Super Gas. Round 3 Super Gas coming at us. Odd number of cars remaining. Oh, excuse me. No, we got a broken car. Mike Miller not able to answer the call with his 27 Don Davis Roadster. So Craig Maddox, 2001 Prowler. 426 Hemi on board. Pushing a little Prowler down track. And he goes 10.037 at 166 miles an hour. Miller was broke, which gave Maddox a broke buy. This is the competition buy. Jeremy Demers, by way of an odd number of cars remaining in competition, gets the actual buy as the #1 qualifier. 10:05 index. Goes 091 green. Car comes off the throttle stop. Blisters his way down track. He's looking for a 10:05 to pop up. How about a 10:05 167? Ryan Stifler out of Lakewood, Colorado. 71 Chevelle in the left lane. Mike Netzelman in the right lane out of Oshkosh, Nebraska. Stifler, Netzelman, neck and neck. Side by side at the 1,000-foot mark. Stifler ahead by a little bit, and Stifler takes the win. 10:09, 136 miles an hour. Takes down Mike Netzelman. Tim Nicholson driving the stump jump. Mark Filbert out of Strasburg, Colorado at the wheel of the Warehouse Tech 98 Mustang. 599 cubic inch big block Ford, taking on a small block 5-speed Camaro. And Mark Filbert has got a chance. He's going to have to come off that throttle stop in a hurry. Trying to reel him in at the big end. Wind light goes to Filbert. Holy smokes, what a drag race. Filbert 10:06.2 on a 10:05 index. There's 12 there. Add 7 for his reaction time. 19 thousandths package for Mark Filbert. And how about this? 13 and 5 and 23 thousandths package. Oh, excuse me. 24 thousandths package for Nicholson. Wow. Jason McClure, defending champ here. Dialed in, excuse me, he's not dialed in. The index is a 10:05, paired up with Jim Camp. McClure in the left lane, Camp in the right lane over there in that Corvette Roadster. As is Cap. Cap comes off that throttle stop. Big top end charge. Wind light goes to Cap by 7 thousandths of a second. 10:12, 158 miles an hour. McClure ran closer to the index, but Cap had a much better reaction time. Takes the stripe by 7 thousandths of a second. Takes the wind light to the next round. Stock Eliminator coming at you here. Round 4 stock eliminated. Mike St. Clair in the Mustang, dialed in on a 905. Dwayne Scheitlen in the A-Stock automatic 1971 Dodge Challenger. This is a 446 pack machine, dialed on a 1019. And the supercharged 302. The 5-liter machine, dialed on a 905. Scheitlen off the right here comes St. Clair. Scheitlen in the Mopar, St. Clair in the Ford. Wind light goes to the Mopar, 10:23, 125. Takes the stripe by 18 thousandths of a second. Scott Burton out of Golden, Colorado, 2010 Cobra Jet. This is the big motor, the 428. Factory stock C, style 960 against the 428 Super Cobra Jet of Bob Swan. Bob Swan turns on the red light by 2,000ths of a second. We got another double breakout at the big end of the racetrack. 9:58 for Burton at 139 miles an hour. 10:56 at 124 for Bob Swan. Chuck Rose and Jeremy Romero headed down track. Win light goes to Chuck Rose. How about this? An 11:09.2 on an 11:09 dial, a 005 light. Chuck Rose puts together a 7,000ths package in stock eliminator with one of those E-stock cars. Wow. Trying to keep up with them, Jeremy Romero ran a 10:69 on 10:71, which is too quick. He breaks out, hands the win to Chuck Rose. That's going to bring us to Sportsman Motorcycle. Well, Nick Cummett out of Westminster, Colorado, 1990 Kawasaki ZX9, dialed in on a 910 in the left lane. Phil Yates dialed on an 850. Big head start coming for Nick Cummett. Yates broke and not able to answer the call. Nick Cummett takes the bye into the next round. At the big end of the racetrack, an 8:26, 144 miles an hour. Who's going to face Cummett in the final? We got Bo Drexler in the left lane, dial 821, chasing Patrick Roetto, your new Summit ET Division 5 champ. Dialed 855. Roetto will get the hit. Drexler will have to play catch up. Goes to Roetto as Bo Drexler leaves the starting line too early, fouls out. So Roetto and Cummett in the final. of Sportsman Motorcycle. And that'll be coming up here just very short. Right now, we're going into our top sportsman category. Five cars remaining in Top Sportsman. This is Todd Stahlbomber and Jeremiah Vandeventer. Stahlbomber in the orange and black Camaro. Vandeventer in the silver and blue 96 Mustang. Stahlbomber with forced induction. Got the blower on top of the big block Chevy. Vandeventer with lots of cubic inches. 825 of them to be exact. Huber Performance Machine. Excuse me, Husker Performance Machine. By way of a red light, Vandeventer gets the win and proceeds to the quarterfinals in a double breakout. Vandeventer goes 676 at 204 on that 677 dial. Had it dialed pretty tight right there. Jeff Sutherland and Kyle Firestone. And yeah, boy, look at this. Side by side. Uh-oh, lots of smoke out of Sutherland's car at the big end. He pulls the plug early. Firestone shoots around him at the big end and takes the win, 727 at 81 miles an hour. And there was a pretty good-sized puff of smoke in the left lane out of Jeff Sutherland's car. Kyle Firestone realized, hey, I'm going around him at a rather high rate of speed. He lifted to only 81 miles an hour. Hopefully nothing too badly damaged for Sutherland. There's an odd number of cars remaining here in our top sportsman category. That gives Matt Driscoll, your number 6 qualifier, the bye into the next round. Get the thumbs up from the big end. Nothing came out of the car and got onto the racetrack, so we're ready to go racing again. There's no gack on the track. There's no yaks either. No llamas. Driscoll off and running. 695, 170 miles an hour for Matt Driscoll in his nitrous burning big block Chevy powered Cobalt. All winners to the lanes, please. All winners to the lanes. Jeff Korn, we need you to the lanes, please. Jeff Korn. We needs you to the lanes. Randy Johnson. Cubic inch combination. Dialed in on 1030. He goes 1040 at 129. Good pass for him. Haven't seen a double breakout here in a while. I think everybody's getting accustomed to the weather change. We're stuck at 66 double breakouts for the day. Continuing with super stock, here is Jared Swinert, his GT truck automatic, 1998 Chevy S10. Paired up with Tyler Castle, his factory super stock H car. 2014 Camaro, bright red machine. Tyler with a little bit of wheel spin off the starting line. We'll see if he's got enough left to track down Jared Swinert at the big end. No, he does not. 10:01, 130 miles an hour for Swinert. Typically, Castle will yank the front wheels off the ground. That did not happen this time. The tires rotated on the ground. Front wheel did not go up in the air. And Jared Swinert made his way down track in fine fashion. 10:01, 130 miles an hour. He advances to the next round here in Super Stock. Andrew Withers coming up in Super Street out of Pratt, Kansas. Round 4 Super Street. Big block Chevy for power. Odd number of cars remaining in competition, and Andrew Withers takes advantage of that. Goes to the next round, where there will only be 3 cars left. Withers busted out the back door with an 11.049 on that 11.05 index. Who else is going to the semifinals? Is it going to be Ted Ash? Or Dave Ash, excuse me. Dave Ash or Craig Butler? They're off and running. Ash in the left lane, Butler in the right. Another double breakout. Winner here is Dave Ash, 11.024. Craig Butler went 11.023. 1,000th of a second, the margin of victory. Next pair coming at you is Scott Gordine and Brittany DeVore. Brittany in the pickup truck out of Blanchard, Oklahoma. Scott Gordine out of Bennington, Kansas. Red light start for Brittany. Gives the win light to Scott Gordine. Gordine has free pass to run it out the back door and use this as a tuning session, and he does that. 11.044. The 11.05 index. So we got 3 cars remaining in Super Street now. All winners to the lanes, please. All winners to the lanes. Top alcohol dragster. Top alcohol dragster, we need you to the lanes, please, for your final pair. Top alcohol to the lanes for our finals. Ladies and gentlemen, you don't want to miss this. It's going to be a good one. Got a great pair of race cars coming at you. But right now, we do need to have all winners return to the lanes, please. All winners return to the lanes. Denver's leader in print, design, and vinyl, Fine Line Graphics is your source for everything from decals to vehicle wraps to wrapping buildings. With a nearly 30-year history, Fine Line Graphics has produced state-of-the-art graphics for companies big and small, supporting customers from initial design and concept to printing, finishing, and installation. Fine Line Graphics helps put your dream to canvas. To learn more, visit finelinegraphics.co. Thanks to Voss Enterprises, contestants in the NHRA Sportsman Motorcycle category will be eligible for the low qualifier bonus, which awards $300 to the low qualifier of Sportsman Motorcycle. Not only does Patterson Elite Performance sell complete engines, but they supply a wide range of rotating assembly parts to any sportsman racers looking for a boost in performance, to increase consistency, or to add more trophies to the mantle. The crew at Patterson Elite know what works because they are racers themselves, and they are proud to support the race teams who have made Patterson Elite Performance what it is today. This weekend, the number one qualifier in Comp Eliminator, Superstock, and Stock will receive the NHRA West Central Patterson Elite Top Qualifier Bonus Award. In addition, the highest qualifying points earners will receive a champion-style jacket at season's end. Stop by the Patterson Elite Performance trailer or find them on the web at patterson-elite.com. Super Comp, round number 4 coming at us here. Quarterfinal action. Excuse me, we got a round of 8 cars right here. Yeah, quarterfinals. Kevin Burnett, Caleb Clewine. Burnett in the left lane out of Parker, Colorado. 2006 Cameron car with a big block Chevy for power. Caleb Clewine also running a big block Chevy on a Stieg out of North Platte, Nebraska in the O'Reilly lane. Win light in a double breakout goes to Kevin Burnett. 9:04.7 breaks out by 3 thousandths. Caleb Clewine, I got that backwards for some reason. Goes 9:03.4. Burnett advances to the semifinals. That's a good place to be. Steve Evans and Dave Crawford. Evans out of Moore, Oklahoma. And Moore right down there in the middle of Tornado Alley. That's a tough spot to be in the spring. Dave Crawford out of Mesa, Arizona. Make it all. And we got us a great pair to draw to here. Evans in the left lane, Crawford in the right lane. Win light goes to Steve Evans. 9:05.3 at a 28 thousandths package right there for Steve Evans. Good run for him. He goes to the semifinals. Who's going to join them? Is it going to be Tim Eckert or John Medlin? Eckert out of Manhattan, Kansas, got the Power Cat emblazoned on the side of his dragster. And John Medlin over there in the O'Reilly lane, the VP Racing representative. Back in 2007, he got a win in Super Comp, Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series in Cordova, Illinois. 903.6 on a 905. Good job for him. Eckert breaks out. 903 with a 2. Jeff Korn and Landon Stahlbomber. Tough pair here. You got age and treachery versus youth and experience. Jeff Korn, 67 years of age, out of Hayes, Kansas. Landon Stahlbomber, only 33, out of Wakarusa. Landon left less than half the age of Jeff Korn. We need comp eliminator to the lanes. All winners, actually, all winners. We need you to lanes. Top alcohol record. Jeff Korn, off and running, as is Landon Stahlbomber. Getting to the 1,000-foot mark. Win light in a double breakout goes to Landon Stahlbomber. 903.6 on a 905. Okay, Jim Capiello. I've got a paycheck in my hand with your name on it. Richard Cantrell, if you're still here, Richard, I got a paycheck with your name on it. I can bring it home with me if you want, but I'd prefer you come up here and get it. And whoever's driving for Midwest Racecraft, who is that? Out of Lenexa, Kansas. I should know that. That was part of our Larice Super Shootout, Midwest Racecraft. You also have a check up here. They got 3 checks that are filled out and signed and ready to go. And Richard Cantrell, you got money. You can buy parts for your radio control car, buddy.
Racing is a risky sport. Don't take risks with your racing operation. On or off the track, protection from Larice Motorsports Insurance is not a risk. Get your quote today at Larice Motorsports Insurance.
Ultronics, the leader in performance electronics. Racers know and depend on their state-of-the-art systems every day. Perform Air Pro and Perform Air Eclipse are the racing industry's standard, high-tech, easy-to-use weather systems. Power-Light lithium batteries, the super powerful lightweight energy source for your machine. And the Data Quest Power Quest, the most innovative data recorders and touchscreen switch panels you can find. Check out ultronicsinc.com for these products and more. Ultronics, the choice of champions.
Whoa, big boy. I thought the dyno said this car was supposed to fly. How do your service and parts departments perform? For a free evaluation, call us 412-651-2356.
Correctly, Sidney, Nebraska is like way west in Nebraska, way west, and somewhat north, and it's nowhere near Sydney, Australia. $10.05 the index here in Super Gas. Craig Maddox, Jeremy Deeman. Maddox in the left lane, Deeman's in the right lane. Hit the 1,000-foot mark and run through the timers. You want to do the honors there, Olin? Give us another double breakout. Win light goes to Craig Maddox. 10.046 on a 10.05 index. Only 4 thousandths off. He was 008 on the tree. That was his saving grace. Ryan Stifler in the Chevelle. Good looking car. 71 Chevelle up against Jim Kapp. That 2010 Corvette Roadster. Win light goes to Jim Kapp. He was beaten by 300ths off the starting line, and Ryan Stifler breaks out by 17 thousandths at the big end. Win light goes to Kapp with 10.06 on that 10.05 index. He advances to round number 5. And it looks like Mark Filbert just going to break the beams and take the win here, or take the bye run, and mosey on back to the staging lanes where he can just let it cool down and get his timer adjusted. Hey, alcohol cars, come on and pull on up to the water box. We're ready for you. We need top alcohol finalists to the water box. And here come our top alcohol cars. forward to this one. Two very closely prepared cars. Prescott Dean, we need you and your top dragster to the staging lanes, please. Prescott Dean to the lanes, please. JR says thank you very much. All right, here we go. Top alcohol dragster getting the motion to put them in the ocean, light them up, burn them off, stage them, and let's have some fun here with our final in top alcohol. Have an A fuel car and a blown and injected machine. This is going to be fun. Sound of the blown car. Listen to the sound of the injected. Final right after this pair. Aaron Cooper in the left lane. Aaron out of Wichita. James Stevens out of Gothenburg, Nebraska. Cooper. Just last week lost his grandmother, his dad's mom. Like to win this one in her honor. James Stevens out of Gothenburg, your number one qualifier with a 5:37. Had problems getting down the racetrack on his last pass, as did Aaron Cooper. We'll see who actually recovers, gets a hold of the racetrack, points in the right direction, gets down track without setting off a red light. Less than ideal conditions for everybody involved. The wind, the temperature, lack of humidity, it's all making a crazy tuning nightmare for both teams. Here we go. Cooper trying to keep the candles lit. Stevens gets the win, 5:35 at 2:71. That is the quickest and fastest pass of the event. 5:35 at 2:71. Congratulations to James Stevens and his crew for the win, and congratulations to Aaron Cooper for the runner-up. Hung right in there. Had a great reaction time. Stevens was late on the tree. Cooper having problems keeping the candles lit on all 8 cylinders. Runs a 572 at 250. Stevens came from way behind to get the win. Top sportsman to the lanes, please. Top sportsman to the lanes. We are going to crown another champion right here. This will be our sportsman motorcycle champion. Coming to the line is Nick Kummet and Patrick Roetto. Can Roetto win 2 weeks in a row? Because last weekend he won at Heartland Motorsports Park in the Division 5 Summit ET Championships. He's actually going to go represent Division 5 at the finals in Pomona. Nick Kummet, the quicker bike, has to wait patiently on the starting line. As Roetto out in front, but here comes Nick. And the win light goes to Roetto as Quick Nick lifted at the big end of the track and gave it back to Roetto. Kummet was 003 on the tree, Roetto 041. Kummet backed off, ran an 825 at the big end. Roetto runs right on the dial, 866. On an 866, takes the stripe by 12 thousandths of a second. Harris out of Littleton, Colorado. 943 the index for her H altered 2005 Grand Am here in Comp Eliminator. Semi-final action. She's paired up with Steve Basgall. Basgall out of Augusta, Kansas. 792 the index for his Siacano dragster. Harris will get the hit by about 2.5 seconds. Basgall going to have to catch her across the stripe first. There is no breakout in Comp Eliminator. We stagger the start based on the competition index of each category, or each class, I should say. Prescott Dean, where are you? Steve Basgall running hard out the back door, trying to catch Christine Harris. Harris gets the win, 882 at 140 miles an hour for Christine. And she advances to the final. Who's going to face Christine in the final? It's going to be either Matt Harris or Terry Teasel. Harris in the WH Manufacturers 2005 Grand Am, running in D altered, 837 the index there. Terry Teasel, G altered automatic 2010 Pontiac GXP, the iCar Rankin Tech Maxima oil machine. That's for Teasley. He gets to the third. Win light by Matt Harris. Win light goes to Terry Teasel. So Teasel and Christine in the final in Comp Eliminator. Right now we got Stock Eliminator. final call. Final call for top dragster to the lanes, please. Final call for top dragster. You're up next. And Scott Burton side by side at the 1,000-foot mark. Win light here in stock eliminator goes to Scott Burton, 961 out of 960. He advances to the final. Chuck Rose is going to the final. Is he just going to break the beams? Or is he actually going to hoof it out the back door? He's just going to break the beams? He's going to call that good in his E-automatic machine. Comes the Johnson & Johnson Mopar in super stock. Superstock final coming at us here. Notification has been given to the people in the tech building. They're going to do weights and measures and all that good stuff when they get there. Check the fuel. Do a contingency check. For those of you not familiar with a contingency check, you see all the decals on the side of these cars? Each one of those decals represents a manufacturer of whose product they use on the race car. Depending on what year it is and which product it is, you can win anywhere from like $100 to $500 from that sponsor by displaying that decal. But we have to go down and actually verify that you got the decal and the product on the car when you go through tech. If you don't have the decal, you don't get the money. If you don't have the product, you don't get the money. Chuck Rose out of South Sioux City, Nebraska, 72 Duster. He's in the O'Reilly lane. And Jared Swinert out of Piedmont, Oklahoma, 98 S10 GT truck automatic. This is going to be a close one. Both drivers with good lights. Getting down to the quarter mile. Win light goes to Randy Johnson, 1046. Your champion out of Axtell, Nebraska. Your runner-up, Mr. Jared Swinert out of Piedmont, Oklahoma. Congratulations to both drivers and crews. Street semifinal with Scott Gordine and Andrew Withers. Gordine in the Nova, Withers in that black suede 69 Camaro. Got that radar reflective paint. right out of the Cannonball Run. Nothing can stop us now, JJ. Nothing. Great looking pair of race cars here. Fantastic reaction time. They're off and running. Let's see what happens. I got a funny feeling they're going to drag each other out the back door on this one. Nope. Win light goes to Andrew Withers. 11:07 at 1:34. Takes the stripe by a very scant 7 thousandths of a second. Gordon closer to the index. Withers with a much better reaction time takes the win and advances to the finals, where he is going to face this guy, Mr. Dave Ash. Ash out of Victoria, Kansas. 92 Chevy Camaro, 640 cubic inch big block. Racing into the final all by himself on a Byra. Boy, he's a long time on the throttle stop. Watch the big top end charge for Dave Ash. 11:04 with an 8 at 145 miles an hour. Only 2 thousandths of a second quicker than the class index. Top dragster coming at us here. Brad Basel and Michael Secret, the first pair out. Basel out of Hayes, Kansas. Sechrist out of Wichita. Naturally aspirated in the right lane, dialed in on a 688. Brad Basel with the belt-driven intake manifold here on the left lane. He's dialed on a 623. Kyle Firestone to the lanes, please. Kyle Firestone, we need you to the lanes. Red light start for Mike Sechrist. Brad Basel had some problems off the starting line. He saw the wind light flash up in his lane. He said, you know what, there's no chance of ruining something. I'm just going to coast on through, and he gets the win. Basel goes to the final in top dragster. In the right lane, paired with Prescott Dean, who did not show up when we called him to the lanes. We are assuming he's got something wrong with the car and could not make the call. So Anderson gets the broke by into the final. Anderson had a brilliant 0:01 reaction time and turns out the timers with a 7 flat. Jagger getting it done on the Christmas tree, no doubt about it. 001. Well, I get a message up here from Lisa down there at the t-shirt trailer. She would like to know if we could please do a last call for t-shirts. Last call for t-shirts. Stop by the t-shirt shack. This is the final call. If you want to grab a t-shirt, they're going to be closing up real quick. Stop on by and pick one up. Steve Evans out of Moore, Oklahoma. Super Comp semifinal. Paired up with Landon Stahlbomber. Evans in the green car, Stahlbomber in the black and silver car. Stahlbomber from Wakarusa. It's literally right next to Heartland Park. I goes to Landon Stahlbomber by way of a red light. Steve Evans. Stahlbomber's going to run it out the back door and see what the car's got before it goes into the finals. How about a 907, a 146 for Stahlbomber? Good run for him. Who's he going to face in the final? Well, it's going to be one of these two cars. See him backing up after the burnout. It's going to be either Kevin Burnett or John Medlin. Burnett out of Parker, Colorado. 2006 Cameron car here in the left lane. Medlin out of Olathe, Kansas, 2003 undercover machine. Burnett side by side. Double breakout. That gives us 71 on the day. Win light goes to John Medlin. He's going to face none other than Landon Stahlbomber in the final. All right, we have more people who have donated. Not as soon as I get this pair of super gassers down the track, I'll let you know who has taken their winnings and donated it back to the track to help out with the Walls timing system during our redo. Super gas. Mark Philbrick coming up in the left lane out of Strasburg, Colorado, and Craig Maddox over there in that cool little Plymouth Prowler with a 426 Hemi under the hood. Philbrick's got his work cut out for him. But after what I've seen today, nothing is impossible. 10:06.8, 162. Craig Maddox goes to the final. He takes out Philbrick by 9 thousandths of a second at the stripe. Good run there for Craig Maddox. Jim Kapp out of Willis, Texas. Number 2 in the Lucas Oil World last year. And I got to ask Olin Gotcher, what is the Texas Music and Play? Is that a music venue? It's a music venue. Oh, okay, so it's a music store. I wonder if he's got one of Stevie Ray Vaughan's old guitars down there, because, you know, Stevie Ray is from Texas. How about a 10:05.0 for Jim Kapp? I think he's tuned up for the final. What do you think? Right on the money. All right, speaking of money, Dennis Keck donated his $1,000 check to the track. The team from All for Fun Motorsports donated their $100 check to the Walls. Carol Warling donated $100, and Christine Chambliss donated $750 of her winnings. That's all of her winnings this weekend to the racetrack for the Wall. Landon Stahlbomber from Wakarusa, we need to have you to the staging lanes. And that's exactly what they said down in staging. I'm not kidding. Here we go. Top sportsman, Matt Driscoll, Kyle Firestone. Semi-final action, Driscoll in the left lane out of Willsville, Kansas, dialed in on a 684. Chasing him? Actually, no, he will be chasing Kyle Firestone. Firestone actually qualified with a 681, but has chosen to dial at 7. Interesting. And Kyle Firestone breaks out by a boatload. Matt Driscoll takes the win. 685 on a 684 and advances to the final. So Driscoll will face the Husker Power Ford Mustang with over 800 cubic inches on tap, piloted by none other than Jeremy Van de Vetter. So Van Deventer getting his car set up for the finals where he will face Matt Driscoll. Dialed in on a 675. His best qualifying effort was a 688. Based on the speed of the wind, temperature change, and all that good stuff. Took all that into account. He dialed the car on a 675. Let's see how close he is. Conditions completely different than during qualifying. He runs through with a 676. .676, 204 miles an hour. Huge 204 mile an hour blast for Van Deventer. So the final is set for Van Deventer and Driscoll in our top sportsman category. And we need our comp eliminator cars, please. Comp to the lanes. We need everybody to the lanes. Everybody who's still in competition, come on down. We got to get you paired up. Seven pairs of cars left. And it's all finals. Taking pictures in the winner's circle down here. We are not going to get to 100 double breakouts, and I'm quite impressed because based on the conditions I saw this morning compared to what we had the last 3 days here, I was certain we'd be well over 100. Right now we're at 71 double breakouts. And it's not possible to have a double breakout in comp eliminator, so we get that out of the way. But we could have 6 double breakouts. That might put us, what, 77 at maximum? I don't see it happening. I was way off. I was over 100 off on my guess. I'm disappointed in myself. Warren just did a little quick math. He said 25% of the runs down the track were double breakouts today. And I attribute that to the wind pushing the cars down the track. Man, that's a heck of a wind out there. Looking at Mike Carlson down there. He is our, look at his hair. It's like a windsock in an airport. It is blowing back, man. It's pretty stylish. Here we are with our stock eliminator final. And this is going to be a good one. 960, the dial for the Cobra Jet Mustang here in the left lane. Chuck Rose dialed 1108 in the Mopar. He's going to have a big head start out in front of Scott Burton. Scott Burton was your champion in Division 5 last year. He wears that Division number 1, the 5-1, proudly on the side of his bright red Mustang. Chuck Rose, dialed 1108, will get the first shot at a green light. And then Scott Burton going to jump on the loud pedal, try and reel him in. Rose off the front, right there with them. Wind light goes to Scott Burton as the sun starts to come out and illuminate the finish line for Scott as he gets the win here in stock eliminator. 977, 117 miles an hour. Chuck Rose, your runner-up, with an 1111 at 117 miles an hour. We need all winners to the lanes, all finalists to the lanes. Our timer girl is over here champing at the bit. She's demanding. She says, look, I got a sick kid at home. I got to get going. Come on down here. Help me out, please. Congratulations to Scott Burton. Getting the win, getting it done, getting that big paycheck. And we need all winners to the lanes. We got 6 pairs left to get down the track. 6 pairs. We don't have anybody in the staging lanes. Nobody. Oh, we have Josh and JR back there. Maybe we could run them on foot. I'm going to give the nod to Josh in that case. right, we have our super streeters here. We can go ahead and bring them on up. Okay, we got 1 pair of cars in the lanes. We're looking for 5 more pair. Looks like Steve Torrance beat Billy Torrance in the finals, top fuel down there at the Gator Nationals. Ron Capps takes the win over Tim Wilkerson in the final funny car. 393 to a 394. That's a good old-fashioned drag race right there. Yet to be run in the Pro Stock final, it looks like Aaron Stanfield will be facing Jason Line. Oh, excuse me. Facing Alex Laughlin. Okay. In Pro Stock bike, Andrew Hines will face Matt Smith. In Top Alcohol Dragster, your finalists will be Julie Natas and Josh Hart. It's all from Gainesville. In Top Alcohol Funny Car, Sean Bellimer will be side by side with Doug Gordon. That's an alcohol funny car. Racing his travel partner, Kevin Reiner, in the final of Super Stock. Looks like we've got cars on their way down there at the big end of the staging lanes. That's a long way from the water box. We're still missing 8 cars in the staging lanes. Still missing 8 cars here. Now we're down to 7. Down to 7 cars in the staging lanes. Need 7 more. We need comp eliminator. Comp eliminator. Ding, 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 ding. Hello, comp. We need you to the lanes, please. Here we go, Super Street Final. A pair of Camaros, an all Chevy battle. It's Dave Ash coming up here in the left lane, paired up with Andrew Withers in the right lane. Ash in the purple and white machine out of Victoria, Kansas. Andrew Withers out of Pratt. And if you register a boat in the state of Kansas, they will mail you your registration numbers from Pratt, Kansas. I just received mine in the mail. Light start for Dave Ash. That gives the win to Andrew Withers. And the crowd goes wild. Go a little more wild than that. Come on, man. That's a big win. That's a big win for the Withers family. Oh, and we get another Bevel breakout. Dave Ash, your runner-up this weekend, missed a perfect light by 12 thousandths of a second on the red side. I think we're ready for the Beatles song, Here Comes the Sun. It's all right. Doodly-doodly-doo. Just about everybody else claim. We got Top Dragster down there. Bring them on up. We are ready to run the remainder of our finals here at the NHRA Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series event. A beautiful SRCA drag strip. I want to tip my hat to all the hardworking volunteers here at SRCA. That's right, volunteers. These people are part of the club and they get things done out here. All volunteer help, including Hank Denning. Where is Hank? He disappeared. our top dragster final. 2 cars remaining in competition. We're going to crown a champion right here. Dialed 623, rolling into the Napa Auto Parts lane. Paired up with Jagger Anderson. Jagger, 17 years of age, was driving junior dragsters last year, and now he's in the final in a top dragster. Apparently, his experience in the juniors paid off here with the big cars. Start for Jagger Anderson. Brad Basco gets the win. Basco let go of the trans brake. Tires broke loose. Anderson with a nice 7 flat at the big end. Basco gets the win by way of a red light right here on the starting line. So congratulations to Brad Basco and his team on their win here in Top Dragster. And the runner-up, Jagger Anderson, had a long road out of the junior dragsters to go all the way to the final in a top dragster. Terry Teasel in the I-car. Pontiac GXP. Over there in the O'Reilly lane. Harris out of Littleton, Colorado. 2005 Pontiac GXP. So it's an all Pontiac bodied, all small block Chevy powered top eliminator final. The H altered index is 933 for Christine Harris. Terry Teasel in his G altered automatic, 893 index for him. Christine will have the first opportunity to take the tree. Terry Teasel will be right after that. At the starting line, both drivers staged and ready. Here comes Christine. Terry Teasel in hot pursuit. And problems for Christine about 60 feet down the track. Wind light goes to Terry Teasel. Congratulations to Teasel and his crew for their win in the I-car machine here in Comp Eliminator. Also, congratulations to Christine Harris. I'm sure that she would like to have gone all the way down the track with the car to give Terry Teasel a challenge at the big end. Terry takes the win and the paycheck. Congratulations. final round. Landon Stahlbomber out of Wakarusa, Kansas. The Landair Express. Stahlbomber Family Racing entry. Paired up with John Medlin out of Olathe, Kansas. John over there in the O'Reilly lane. VP Racing sponsored machine. Top Sportsman, we need you to the lanes, please. Top Sportsman to the lanes. And here we go. Super Cup, final round. Both cars pre-staged. Both of them bumping in. And I mean staging lightly. Look at the nearly identical reaction times. This is going to be a barn burner out the back door. A little bit of huffing and puffing and smoky stuff coming out of Landon Stahlbomber. He gets the win in a double breakout. 9:04.1 to a 9:03.8 for John Medlin. Congratulations to the Stahlbomber Family Racing team for their win, and also congrats to John Medlin and his team for the runner-up in Super Cup. Here is our Super Gas final with Craig Maddox and Jim Kapp. Maddox in the Napa Auto Parts lane. Hails from Sydney, Nebraska. And Jim Kapp all the way up from Willis, Texas. That's a suburb of Houston. Didn't they just get a whole bunch of rain down there? Oh man, that was a bad storm. Tight one here. 9,000 separate them at the starting line. Let's see what happens at the finish. Win light goes in another double breakout to Jim Kapp. 10:01.6 to a 10 flat. Number 2 in the world, Jim Kapp, gets the win again. Maddox, congratulations on your runner-up finish. Jim Kapp gets the big paycheck of the day. Top Sportsman back there in the lanes. That's the last pair to get down the racetrack. And we're going to continue taking pictures down here at the base of the tower in the winner's circle. I want to remind everybody, if you have money coming, you'll pick that up in the base of the tower, under the stairs. Take the side door there on the south end of the track, or the south end of the building. Paychecks are right over there. I want to thank everybody for a wonderful, wonderful event. I've had a great time working here. Mr. Bob Unkefer got called to duty in St. Louis this weekend and asked me if I could stand in for him. And I said, sure. He said, well, let me give Mike Carlson a call and make sure it's okay with him. And Mike, after much deliberation, said, yeah, okay, Ron, come on down. But it's nice to be here, and it's nice to finally meet Mr. Warren Evans with Drag Racer TV. It was a pleasure, my friend, an absolute pleasure. And it's really cool setup you got here. I want to see more of it. Hope you come and visit us again sometime soon.
You caught me with my mouth full, but that's all right. I will be back next year. And there's a lot of non-listening going on in this town. Huh? What? What? Hey, if you're looking for your money, base of the tower. Doors under the staircase. South side of the tower, that is the side that's facing the grandstands. Or is that the west side? What side is that? That's west? The west side. I don't know. If that's the west, that's the north, that's the east, that's the south, right? How about if I just quit talking? Would that be better? You know, I don't get paid by the word. It's all just a continuous stream of thought. One pair left. Top sportsman back there. No, you know what, Ron? You've been handling it all weekend. You need to close it out. But for my part, it's been a pleasure to be here, as it always is. And for next year, I'm looking forward to seeing all the new improvements out here at the track.
As am I, and thank you so much to all those racers who contributed their paychecks this weekend to help make that become a reality. We're still a few bucks short. We're hoping Olin Gotcher will just go ahead and write a check for whatever we're missing. Owen says, I will, just don't try to cash it. All right, so Top Sportsman going to be our final pair of the event. And we have a really good pair to look forward to. So it's going to be Jeremiah Vandeventer in the Mustang. And this cool looking Chevy Cobalt of Mark Philbrick. Oh, actually, excuse me, Matt Driscoll. Why did I say Philbrick? Philbrick drives a Mustang. So Matt Driscoll coming up. Driscoll dialed 685. Chasing him will be Vandeventer, dialed 676. Vandeventer in the Mustang, Driscoll in the Cobalt. It's a nitrous swilling big block Chevy in the left lane and a Mucho cubic incho big block Ford in the O'Reilly lane. That's my Spanglish, Mucho cubic incho. That's a big motor. See Driscoll purging the nitrous, blowing off a little excess pressure and making sure he's got the proper hit to the plate with nothing but liquid nitrous. Driscoll, first opportunity at the Christmas tree out of this pair. Vandeventer's going to play catch up. At the stripe, the win light goes to Vandeventer, 676.3 on a 676 dial. Good win for Jeremiah Vandeventer. Driscoll follows through with a 687 on a 685. He is your runner-up. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. We got another one in the books here. NHRA Division 5 Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series. I want to say congratulations to all our champions and runners-up. A big thank you to everybody who came out and made this a huge success. And also a big thank you to everybody who contributed to rebuilding the walls and replacing the timing system here at SRCA Drag Strip. For Warren Evans and everybody else here at SRCA Drag Strip, I want to give you a very Merry Christmas, because I won't see you until next year. and have a safe drive home. Good night, everybody.